Okay, I think every one of you are being trying to attend the online classes. Okay, so Solidar is a TV which was very famous, and every 7 out of 10 households were banning the Solidar TV. So much of brand loyalty for that. So it was a leading company, and they were only producing the black and white. When slowly the changes started coming, when color TV started coming to the market, the Solidar believed that they have the brand loyalty and they will be continue to be the leader of the market. So they have not subjected themselves to the change. Slowly other MNCs started coming in, but still the Solidar were reluctant to make a change in their company. What has happened slowly? The other companies started dominating the market. When the Solidar started producing the color TV, it had no market for them because other companies started capturing the market. So the changes which was subjected to Solidar TV, to which the Solidar TV was subjected, they were reluctant to the change. They were very much with producing the black and white TV only. And when they started producing the color TV, no market for them. Likewise, I can carry on quoting the many of the examples, the companies like HRM and Machine Tools, which is very famous for making watches, and Alvin. How many of you know that Alvin watches? That was my first buy out of my first salary, okay, because that too Alvin watch with a black tile, semi-automatic. It was a grace of many. Okay, so that was the first buy of my first salary, the Alvin watches. Can I find such watches now? No. So again, the reluctancy to the change. Alvin watches, semi-automatic, to the old traditional method of manufacturing the watches. By then, the Titan has come. The Tamil Nadu Industries and Tata, they have jointly started. That's why it is known as Titan. Titan Industries and Tamil Nadu, TITAN. So they have jointly started their watches, and they have come out with the quartz watches. By then, the HMT could react to such kind of changes. They lost their market. So there are a hefty number of examples. Even today, if any company is not ready to change, they will be losing their business, definitely. And there is also a story, many of you may be knowing it. Two of the friends were taking rest in a jungle. All of a sudden, a tiger started chasing them. Both of them got up and started running for their life. After running for a while, one of the friends stopped and he started wearing the spike shoes for running purpose. The other friend asked him, "You idiot, why are you wearing that? Can't you know that even after wearing these spike shoes, we won't be able to run faster than the tiger? We won't be able to run faster than the tiger." The first friend quietly replied, "Yes, my dear friend, I know. I won't be able to run faster than this tiger even after wearing this shoe, but certainly I'll be able to run faster than you so that the tiger grabs you first and I escape." I think you understood the moral of the story. Now, if you are not yourself wearing the spike shoes, definitely you will be get killed by the competitors. Those friends were chased by a single tiger, but as of now, the organizations and the companies are being constantly chased by three giant tigers called LPG: liberalization, privatization, and globalization. Liberalization, privatization, and globalization, the LPG. These are the three tigers constantly chasing the firms. Let it be small, medium, or large organizations. Each and every firms are being chased by this giant tigers. Three tigers: liberalization, privatization, and globalization. Liberalization, the meaning you understand. The globalization also you know. And privatization, you also know. I need not to go for explaining about liberalization, privatization, and globalization. Even a small business unit is being constantly chased by these three giant tigers. If you are not ready to change, you will be losing the business. because of liberalization, privatization, and globalization. If you are not ready to change, you will be losing the business for certain. That's what I started this session with your companies' examples. And you can also find many more companies, even the new companies, they have lost the market because of not getting changed. The change, again, I repeat, the change is inevitable. Change is only the constant in the universe. Everybody, including me, you, company, organization, government, whatever it may be, every substance, every subjects are subjected to the changes. If those are not changing, you will be losing the business, right? So I wanted to actually run a video about explaining about the change. Whether my bandwidth will allow me to run the video, I do not know, but still I'll try to run that video. Bear with me for a moment, right? I'll come back within a few seconds. Okay. Sorry, it is not getting shared now. There is some problem with the. I've gone for casting, but still. Okay, anyhow. Let me start with this few introduction about the change, the organization change.
Admin, sir, if you want to share any video?
Yeah, I wanted to share what I have in my desktop.
You are open and Google Meet and Chrome, right?
Yeah. I have done it, but it is asking me to save it. Further, it is not taking off. No problem. No, I tried it with putting in the casting, Chrome casting.
Chrome, sir.
Yes, sir. I tried it.
Okay.
Now it is asking me to. Let me check in the YouTube itself directly. If
no, sir. Just open the video in the Chrome tab.
It can be. Yes, sir. I know it. But there is some problem with the video as such. No problem. I'll go to the source. I'll go to the source now. No problem. Right? I'm going to the source. Chromecasting I'm supposed to do, but Casting action. Things going on. Maybe because of the connectivity. Okay, here you go. Is this visible? No. It's not coming, no? For you? Anyone? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It's coming.
Are you able to see the video? No.
Yes, sir.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you able to see the video, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
வீடியோ போடுறதா?
Okay. So, have you understood the moral of the story? Rishi Kumar sir, please unmute your mic. Rishi Kumar sir, please unmute your mic.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, please, since your mic is open, you have to say call. Right. So, have you seen the movie, The Eagle's Story? So, the eagle take so much of pain in changing. Otherwise, it is going to die. Otherwise, it is going to die. The beak, it gets broken, and he waits for the growth of the beak, and the feather, it plucks out. So painful. It is subjecting it to the change. If it is not subjecting itself to the change, even though it is painful, you won't be able to sustain your business. The changes are painful, of course. The changes are inevitable, as I said earlier. The changes are also painful. I understand, because we love to forego or forget about all the old practices, whatever we had been doing, or the traditions, what we had been practicing. The organizations, they have to forego. Painful, of course, the change, but there is no other goal. We have to take the pain like Eagle did. Every organization needs to go for a change. Okay, the beak, in the sense, it could be a strategy of an organization. The feather, it could be related to the policies of the organization. The legs, the nails of the eagle could be, again, the practices of the organization. Everything need to be changed. The organization structure need to get for modern business. The policies need to get changed for modern business. Strategies need to get changed for modern business. So if you are not ready to change, you will be definitely losing your business. That's what. Okay, now every business firm, please make a note of it. Every business firm are subjected to two kinds of environment: the internal environment and external environment. You all know that. The internal environment or within the organization. Within the outside the organization is known as external environment. The internal environments are otherwise called a controllable environment. The external environment are otherwise called as uncontrollable environment. Controllable and uncontrollable. So the internal environment within the organizations are controllable. Let us set aside. And the external environment, which are uncontrollable in nature, that is posing a big problem for many of the organizations. As of today, many of you may be aware, every organization is subjected for an external environment, which is called as OCA environment. V-U-C-A. V-U-C-A. OCA environments. V stands for volatility, U stands for uncertainty, C stands for complicity, A stands for ambiguity. Volatility, highly volatile business as now. What kind of product I had in the yesterday, it may become obsolete. The market is highly volatile. See, I do remember on those days, the Godrej is a company which has produced electronic typewriter. Electronic typewriter, having advanced feature than the traditional typewriter, what we all know. They have produced mass. They have gone for a mass production because they thought the market will be readily accepting them, because the traditional, this one, you cannot go for spacing. It takes so much of manual effort in typing and so on and so forth. So much of limitations were there in the the traditional typewriting machine. So the Godrej introduced the electronic typewriter, wherein which you can work as if you are working in the desktop or any kind of this one. Not this many features, but it had a feature of spacing, changing the font. So that kind of features were available in the electronic typewriter. Got introduced by the Godrej. But what has happened is that market becomes so volatile. That's what I'm referring the Godrej electronic typewriter. In the history of the product, we call it as a product life cycle, PLC. The shortest PLC, the product life cycle, was for the electronic typewriter. Shortest life cycle, product life cycle. It stayed in the Indian market for just 3 to 4 months, electronic typewriter. Though the Godrej thought that there's a huge market for electronic typewriter in India, it was able to sustain its business just for 4 to 6 months. Shortest product life in the history of the product in India. Why? By the time the PC started dominating, PC started to the market, the people from the traditional typewriter, they have straight ways to switch over to the PCs, and the other kinds of computers rather than buying the electronic typewriter. So the huge market, what was perceived by the cartridge, huge market for the electronic typewriter has become volatile. It has disappeared simply. It disappeared. There was no demand for the electronic typewriter because the introduction of computers. Volatility. Markets are highly volatile. Uncertainty. Okay, every managers, every organizations are thriving to predict the future. What is going to be the future? Thriving for. That's why the most important skill for any managers like you is going to be the decision-making skill. How I am going to make the decision. Whether my decision taken will be workable for tomorrow. I do not know. Tomorrow market is uncertain. Tomorrow customer demand is uncertain. Today the customers are also so much they switch over, not like our generation having the customer loyalty. I had been using the hammam soap because my father used to buy only the hammam. I had been using the Colgate toothpaste because my mother buys only the Colgate. So we continue to use, in a house you will be finding one of the brand of the soap or one of the brand of the toothpaste. Every house members are using it. You must have seen. But nowadays it is not. The customer choice is widened. The customer choice is widened. And there is the brand loyalty is slowly extinguished. Brand loyalty is slowly getting extinguished. Yeah. So when I say that the brand loyalty slowly getting extinguished, I can see that when the people going for the when the people going for is a slide is visible for you? Sorry,
Yes,
anyone
sir.
of you, please.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Visible.
Visible, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let me put it in slide show. Okay. So when I say that a customer loyalty is getting slowly extinguished or the brand loyalty is going, okay. So I have seen few customers, they enter the supermarket, they see, they wanted to actually buy the Colgate. When I see the list of the pantry items, they must have written the Colgate or the toothpaste. And when they come to buy the Colgate toothpaste in the supermarket, when they see the close-up is 50 grams extra, I switch out to the close-up. The very next rack, I see that Pepsodent is offering a toothbrush with the 100 grams toothpaste. I readily switch over to the Pepsodent. Next, I see the Dabur is giving one free for one. Then I switch over to the Dabur. So the brand loyalty is slowly getting extinguished. It is not. Okay, you cannot expect the customer to be loyal for you always. Uncertain whether you're able to have the same kind of customers with you or not. Uncertain. Now, as I said, the consumers are so much, okay, they are running after the free. They are running after the free items. If I see some product is offering some free, okay, 1+1, I readily switch over to that brand. I leave the brand which was being used by me earlier. I leave it. I go for 1+1 free. So it has the market is so much. They have the role in switching over of the brand of the customers. The customers started running behind the free. Yeah, there is a humorous joke on it. A shopkeeper and the buyer were having a quarrel. And the third man asked them, what is going on? Why are you quarreling? The shop sir, he bought a product, he wanted to have the free. The customer says that, yes, I bought a product, the package, it is written as free, and the shopkeeper is not giving. Then the third person asked the shopkeeper, once in the package it is written as free item, why don't you give? He has already bought the product. Shopkeeper said, sir, I know if something is written in the pack free, I'm supposed to give with the buy of this purchase of this product, but he actually bought the vegetable oil. In that it is written cholesterol free, free of cholesterol. So he is asking for it. So the consumers started going beyond the running after the free items, free. But how many of you are? Excuse me. Sorry. Okay. Am I audible, sir, now?
You're audible.
Yeah. Whether my DDE is visible? My DDE is visible? Is it visible or?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Sir, my PPT, is it visible, sir?
Yes, sir. Your PPT is visible.
Okay. This is what can happen with the brand loyalty. I was talking about, we were basically discussing on the just a minute, I will come back. 2 minutes. Sorry for this one. Inconvenience last. Anyhow, so I was talking about, am I audible, sir? Please, some of you may tell me whether I am audible or not.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Thank you. So we were talking about the VUCA environment. I was telling about the volatility, uncertainty, and the complexity of the business as of now. So much complex. That's why the decision-making skill becomes very important skill for the managers. Complexity. Whether I am taking the right business or not, whether I am taking the right decision or not. Complex problems. It's not a very simple as we had a business on those days. Complexity, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Ambiguous. So much of ambiguousness in the business. Again, when I say that I wanted to have that resources, do I have that resources? Will I be able to get the resources? So this combined put together the VUCA environment, volatility, uncertainty. What is next, sir? It's just to check whether you people are with me or not. Volatility, Uncertainty?
Complexity.
Compatibility.
Okay.
And ambiguity.
Ambiguity.
As well as ambiguity.
So these are the four.
Complexity
Yeah.
and ambiguity.
Thank you. So the OCA environment prevailing, which I was talking about, uncontrollable environment, external environment, that subject every organization for a change. If you are not subjecting yourself for the change, you will be definitely losing your business. There is no second thought at all. There is no second thought at all. Voltas, how many of you know the Voltas, the company which has first introduced the free pack refrigerators? Why I am mentioning? They were highly innovative company. But they have failed to understand the OCA environment. They failed to understand the OCA environment. HRT failed to understand the OCA environment, the changing environment as such. So there are many, even the newest company are facing the problem of OCA environment. Now you see that education is also an industry. We are also facing the problem of OCA environment. Now, what had been doing, we had been practicing last year is not the same today. Offline classes, online classes. I find that most of the professors are not trained in handling the online classes. They used to take, they are the excellent professors offline, classroom teaching. Whereas online teaching, they're still learning. I'm not blaming them because the technological upgradation or something, I'm not blaming them. I'm not putting my finger on them because the learning ability at this stage, okay, it's very slow, and especially with the technology, it's very slow. So the people are changing. People are changing. That is, we are changing. The teachers, we are changing. Now we started learning how to present online. Okay, we never thought of having such kind of online classes, but it has one way benefited, especially the DDE. Now, when there was a physical classroom, we had only 10 or 15 or maximum of 30 or 40. But I am able to see nearly 80, 90, 100, 120 and so on and so forth. We are able to reach many. At one day, it is also very convenient for you, for me too. I am at home delivering the lecture. You are at your home delivering at the lecture, listening to the lecture. You may be at your office listening to the lecture. Earlier, it was not possible. You are supposed to go to the office. You could not find time for conduct classes. So it has the advantage, of course. But the major disadvantage of being a HR and OB professor, I find that I'm not able to have the direct interaction with you all. My competency is game-based learning. I mean, the gamification of the concept. If you would have been present with me in physical environment, we would have had a different kind of learning. I must have given you a kind of exercises and games through which we will be learning about the changes, of course. So why I'm referring this at the changes. Okay, earlier I used to write the assignment on the board. I submit your project on so date and the time. Some naughty students will come and erase the date and go. And when they turn up, they say that the date we did not know, sir. Okay, what is next? What is next? I started sending the mails to them. Submission of assignment. The rate has, of course, increased. Say from 40 to 60, it is increased. Whereas still there was 40 non-submission. When I asked them, they say that, oh, you have sent the email, sir, about the assignment, sir. Sir, yesterday only my laptop got crashed. Sir, since 2 days, I am not getting the connectivity. So much of alarm excuses they will come out and say that was the reason for non-submission. I thought I must also change what I'm supposed to do. Let me use a technology, very simple technology. I created a WhatsApp group for my subject, included all my students' phone number. All the students are having the smartphone as of today. Created a WhatsApp group, sent the assignment in a WhatsApp group. 100% submission rate, you will not believe. 100% submission rate. He cannot have the lame excuses. Sir, I have not seen. Last to see today, 10:20 a.m. Sir, I have not received double tick. I have not seen double tick turn into blue. Though you may control it, but I can understand whether you are controlling me, not seeing all the messages or not. Right? Double tick turning into blue, you have seen. 100% submission. The change, we are also subjected to the change, adapt to the technology. The changes are inevitable. Changes are bound to happen. Changes are continuous. Changes are constant. Adapting a suitable strategy, policies, practices is very much important for sustaining your business. Every business is operating in an environment called VUCA environment, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, which demands change. So the changes need to happen. It should happen. So with this introduction, I go on to teach you about what is change, the unit 1. Okay, luckily you people have, it was a study or having 4 or 5 chapters, but we have worked beyond that. And for you, it is being kept as a separate subject. So the subject is very small. Let me ask a few of you randomly so that I can understand about. Shall I go for randomly ask?
I'm not able to see the slides, sir.
Okay. No, I'm not sharing now. I'm not sharing.
Okay.
I have purposely kept. I'm not sharing it. But still, you can pin me the slide. If you pin, you will be able to find. Okay. Can I call upon Akhil P? Are you there, sir? Akhil P? Are you there? Okay. Can I have Aishwarya Sindhu? Okay. Abhirami, yeah. Aishwarya, you're opening your mic? No. Your mic is open, but you are not speaking. Okay. Abhirami Ravi, are you there? Who else is there? I don't know. Okay. You know, is there anybody online?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I'm online.
May I know you, sir? May I know your name?
Rishi
Sir,
Kumar, sir.
Pooja.
Rishi Kumar. Pooja. Okay, Pooja, madam,
Hello,
Rishi
sir.
Kumar, sir. Would you like to have any clarification? So
Hello.
far?
Hello.
No,
Good
sir.
Do you have any clarification, sir?
No, sir. No doubt.
No doubt, sir.
Okay. Please understand one thing. I may not be able to. Do you want me cover the syllabus or uncover the syllabus?
Cover the syllabus, sir.
Cover the syllabus only, sir.
Cover the syllabus,
coverage.
sir.
Yes, sir.
You understand what is uncovering?
Yes, sir.
What is uncovering?
To wind up, sir.
Do you want me to
To wind
cover?
up.
No.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's what. Yeah, what is uncovering?
Is it wind up?
No.
It's just briefing
So
about all
actually,
the
the
topics.
covering of the syllabus, I'll stick to the syllabus as such, unit wise, covering in the syllabus. Uncovering the syllabus, I'm not bothering about the what is given in this one. We go beyond that, learn something extra. I mean, the introductory session itself, you must have seen this. This kind of examples and the discussions are not there in your syllabus. Even the OCA environment is not there in your syllabus.
Okay.
But I have gone beyond that.
Yes, sir.
Right? Do
Yes,
you
sir.
want me to adapt this style or stick to the syllabus?
Adapt to change.
Sir, we want to apply what we are going to apply in paper. We want that teaching, sir, from you.
Pardon me, come again, ma'am.
We want the concept what we have to write in the exam paper, because whatever you are saying that general topic, everything, if you are applying in a paper, I'm not sure that we are getting a good marks. They are telling for that concept basis and whatever in the book concept, and you are related to that one. Okay, you go with chapter wise and related to the general topic and teacher, so it will be easy for us to answer in the answer paper. Exam point of view, I'm saying about the exam point of view.
Putting in the answer sheet, just if you go through the syllabus, if you read the study material, I think that should suffice you.
Yeah, it suffices, but I need with the examples that you give now, go with that. You go with first chapter and you give your example from outside. Really, we need that, obviously. But if you cover up with your chapter-wise mean, it will be, we will also get to learn from this itself, because we are not having that much time. We are going only 1 month, I think. Not even 1 month for exam. So we will be covering the syllabus also side by side.
Right.
Okay, so thank you.
Okay, is this visible, my slides?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
No, sir. No, sir. Nothing is
Someone is
visible.
getting. Have you? There are two. One is this one. The other one is the presentation. You are supposed to click pin that presentation. Is it not visible for you? Someone say it is visible.
Able to see only Pondicherry University, sir. What is this?
Okay, I'll stop the setting and come back again. Okay.
Able to see unit 1
Sir,
change, sir.
it's fine, sir. It's continue, sir. Please continue, sir.
Yeah. Okay. I'll come back again. No problem. Yeah. Because it will take a few time to reach you, few seconds to reach you. So.
break கொடுத்துருக்காரு.
Is it now visible, sir?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Yeah, it is visible.
Please wait, student. Please wait. It will come.
Only Pondicherry University is.
No, there is a change.
Unit 1, right?
So only Pondicherry University is visible, sir. Nothing else.
No, we can able to visit.
Unit 1 changes.
Sir, is it your slide or someone have put this photograph, Pondicherry University?
Someone is sharing, huh?
This Pondicherry University, this is your side.
Change that one.
sharing. It is this session is not in my control. Please understand that, because in
Fine.
DDE someone is controlling.
Sir, it's fine. You can.
If my
please go
control,
ahead.
I would have
You can go ahead, sir. Please.
controlled everything.
No, let them, sir. Let them. You can share the.
Is it okay, sir?
Sir, you can share the PPT later also.
Is it visible?
Yeah, now it is visible,
No,
sir.
no problem, sir. Okay. Is it moving now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can able to.
Yeah. The unit 1 talks about the changes. Why changes the organization? What is the necessity of the changes? When you see that the organization change, that's what I was talking about, giving an example and the stories about the importance of, in order to make you to understand what is the importance of change. Okay, why the organization should subject itself to the change, right? So I'll also stick to the aspects of the syllabus as such. So the organization change, first of all, I would like to have to improve the productivity of an organization. Okay, you all understand what is productivity is your input-output ratio. So I need to increase the input-output ratio so that I'm able to sustain my business. Okay, for that I need to have a change. Greater efficiency. I think you understand the meaning of efficiency and the effectiveness. The effectiveness is a one wherein which you will be able to achieve the target given within the stipulated or specified utilization of the resources. Whereas the efficiency is the one wherein which you go for optimum utilization of the resources available to you. So organization need to be efficient as well as effective as well as efficient. For that, you need to have a change. And one of the important component of the organization is about when the profit making becomes very difficult, I need to control the cost, the input cost. Profit making is very difficult. On those days, the organization had the objective of profit maximization, but it is not possible as of now. Every organization is striving to sustain its business. So profit maximization, how I am going to? The margin of profit is getting shrinked. Very simple example. If I have a pen selling price 10 rupees, earlier my input cost was 7 rupees, I had a profit margin of 3 rupees. Now the input cost is getting increased. Slowly my profit margin, for example, 7 to 8 rupees, my profit margin has shrunk to 2 rupees. Okay, if I have to maintain the profit margin of 3 rupees, I am supposed to increase the price of my pen from 10 to 11. But if I do so, the competitors are giving the same like pen for 10 rupees, I will be losing the market because of the price variation. So I am not having the liberty or a kind of freedom in increasing the prices in order to have the profit margin the same. So I'm having a limitation of raising the prices. I'll keep my prices for 10 rupees. Now the input cost is increasing slowly from 7 to 8, 8 to 9. My profit margin is shrinking. What I can only do is that control the cost. So how I am going to control the input costs? How I am going to control the input cost? I have to subject myself to the change. I'll have to find a new method of production. I have to find the new way of doing the business. I need to adapt a new strategy so that I'm able to minimize the cost. Okay, in HR, immediately the HR manager will react whenever they are being asked to reduce the cost. They go for the termination of the employee because the human capital is one of the biggest cost of the company, especially the IT. Now they are very happy for the pandemic because WFH work from home has minimized their cost to greater level. So immediately they go for a layoff, they go for outplacement, they go for downsizing in order to minimize the costs. So any kind of strategy that need to be adapted if you want to reduce the cost. For that, the organization need to subject itself to the change. And finally, the next is the employee satisfaction. I cannot have the same way of doing the business. Even it must also state that customer satisfaction if I am in the business. So the employee satisfaction, employee expectation was changing. The older generation, we were interested in secure job security and social security after my retirement. But the younger generation are not much interested in social security or job security. They would like to have a recognition of their work in their workforce, that they expect a challenging environment for them. If you are able to provide a good challenging environment, they are ready to settle with you even for a small, less compensation as such. The expectation of the younger generation is entirely different from the older generation. So in order to satisfy the employees, you need to. In order to satisfy the customer, you need to go for a change. And a number of new opportunities are coming for the business firm. We have to avail those. We have to avail those opportunities available for us. Okay, supposing if an organization wanted to avail that opportunity, that need to have a adequate technology, I go for adapting the technology as such in order to avail that opportunity. Adapting to the technology is about a change again. So in order to avail the opportunities available in my business environment, I need to go for a change. The finally is about the ROI, return on investment, improve. So what I'm investing, what I get in return. So normally when you see that the manufacturing industry may have a set of 7 to 15% of ROI, return on investment, because a long-term return on investment. A company which is doing involved in a quick business may have 30 to 40% expecting every year the return on investment. Okay, what I may invested and how much of percentage of return I would like to have from such investment. So if I have to increase the ROI, I need to go for a change. So these are all the necessity of the change which the organization is required to. Okay, if we want to improve the productivity, attain efficiency, reduce the cost, and satisfy both the employee and a customer to avoid the new opportunities, and in order to get better ROI, the organization need to go change. So normally 5 steps process, the management stage in the change. The first one, request for the change has to be made. Okay, in making a request for the change, we have to go for a detailed analysis why such changes are required and why such changes are required. Evaluate and understand the importance of the change and make a change for request. The second stage is that impact analysis. If I bring these changes, what kind of impact it will have in my business? On the other hand, if I don't make the changes, what kind of impact it will make on business? If a changes are making a positive impact, I must go for adoption of a change. Second stage. Third stage, based on the impact analysis, I go for rejecting or accepting the changes. If I accept the changes, I go for implementation. That's a fourth stage. Implement the changes. So whatever the strategy, changes in the strategy, policies, practices of the company, they may go for changing the, implementing the changes and reviewing reporting. It's a kind of feedback and feed forward system. So I have implemented the changes, whether such changes were effective, whether such changes has brought in, whether such changes has really helped us in achieving the organizational objectives and the goal. I go for reviewing it and reporting. Yes, my changes implementation was effective. What are the changes I brought in that has increased my ROI? It has reduced my cost. So that kind of reporting, it has to be given. So necessarily, there are 5 steps involved in change management lifecycle: change request, impact analysis, approval or a rejection of a change, implementing the change, and reviewing and reporting. Shall I stop here? It's already 11. Do you have any other session for you?
Second hour, sir, is ready for taking class.
Hello.
Thank you very much, sir.
It is there, no, for you? I think you have ours next, now. Hello.
Yes, sir. Me only.
Yeah.
Rajesh here.
Yeah, Rajesh, sir. Yeah. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Please take over, sir.
Yeah. Ready,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. So, a very good morning to one and all.
Good morning, sir.
Very good morning to one and all. I'm Rajesh, and I'll be handling the paper Global HR Practices. Can I start, ma'am? Go ahead, no?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll be handling the paper Global HR Practices. So the basic aim of this paper, the objective of the paper, is to understand the concept of globalization in HR perspective. In the previous class, you were discussing with regard to organization development. Now, when it comes to OD part, you might have discussed with regard to how the organization develops, how we apply change models, and so on. Now, when you're going for expansion, and especially when you're going for beyond, expanding your, enhancing your market share, and when you want to cross the geographical boundary, we get into global part. This is where we are going to stress on. And today, in the current scenario, global HR plays a vital role. It's very crucial. So it's no more confined to the geographical boundaries that we'll be carrying out our business, confined to just within a specific region or a specific area or so. Okay. So what we'll be talking with regard to understand the concepts of global HR practices, to familiarize the key aspects and contemporary issues, and to give basics about the HR practice and its challenges. Okay, so coming to the chapter 1, unit 1, today we'll try to cover try to make up unit 1 as far as possible. So we'll be talking with regard to international business and globalization. So what really globalization means? So globalization makes the business environment increasingly global, even for domestic firms. Okay, so we may therefore define international business as an opportunity in an internationally competitive environment, and no matter whether the market is domestic or foreign. So international business takes different forms like exporting, licensing, contract manufacturing, foreign assembly, foreign production, joint venture, etc. So what are the main problems? What are the basic problems? When it goes to globalization, what are the basic problems we do face? What are the basic problems we do face? Basically, when it comes, we got political and legal differences. We got cultural differences. We got economical differences. We got differences in currency unit, differences in language, differences in business infrastructure, trade restrictions, and high cost distance. Let's start discussing one by one from the global perspective. Let me just start up from here with regard to the basics of globalization. So why does an organization go global? They want to increase the market share. They want to spread out. Let's take the case like Godrej. Godrej started its manufacturing plant in Mumbai in a place called Vikhroli, and from there it started expanding. Okay, so initially they were manufacturing, they were into locks, then they entered into sheet metal industry, where they were into manufacturing of bureaus and cupboards, etc. And then slowly they increase their verticals to different other areas. And in the slow phase, they started getting they want to expand their market. So they expanded to other countries. Let's say, for example, initially they started exporting to Southeast Asia and to European market, and then to Middle East, as well as to US market. So in the initial phase, they were exporting. Then they established their plant in Malaysia, one other plant in Malaysia, another plant in Dubai. Two plants were established. Now, what is the basic reason? Why did they establish a plant in Malaysia, and why did they establish a plant in Dubai? Is where our thing where we need to really look in. so that we can identify why they get into global. The reason was that most of the customers, they were from countries like Southeast. When it comes to a picture, they were having customers from not only from Southeast, but even from Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia. All these areas were their main customers and cash point. Now you manufacture a product in, say, a plant in Chennai, and from Chennai, you are exporting all the way, you are shipping the product to Singapore, which is the base, and from Singapore again distributing to other areas. It was they were finding it a bit costlier. So when they started getting, and on the other hand, when it comes to the raw material, the steel what Godrej used to get was from Korea. Now getting the steel from Korea to India, and then again manufacturing and transporting back to, say, Singapore or to other country, or I mean like Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, etc. They were finding it operating costs literally shooting up. So they established a plant in Malaysia, Godrej Malaysia, and from there they started operating. Now, why did they establish a plant in Malaysia? The cost of the labor was low. Then they were it was nearer for all their customers, and they were able to get the same business done from this point, but making more profit. Now, what were the issues and challenges they had to face? One of the main issues and challenges was that there's a cultural difference. Again, you are having same manpower working, but then what motivates a person within India will not be motivating a person in Malaysia. What motivates a person in Malaysia will not be the same motivation strategy we cannot apply in the case of Dubai. Okay, when the plant was established in Dubai, motivation strategies were different. When it comes to here, the motivation strategy was different. And then the work culture. The work culture is other aspect which comes into the picture. So first thing we need to look in is with regard to political and legal differences. Now, political and legally, both are two different countries. Let's say we have a plant in India, we have a plant in Malaysia, we have a plant in Dubai. All three, we have got three different political scenario operating. But again, the legal system varies. So we have to work, we have to move on the same way. So that is the biggest challenge which an organization, organization faces during the case of international business when they go in for expansion part. Second, especially from the HR perspective, because we can't apply the same HR policy. We had to alter, we had to modify their requirement set. Next is the cultural differences. Now, operating in India, the cultural system is different. We were, of course, working different cultural aspects, but same plant when operating in the case of Malaysia or in Dubai, again, there was a cultural difference coming to picture. So we have to get, one of the important thing is that we have to train the people as per their culture. We have to train the people according to their culture and their environment. Okay, so that there is no clash coming, there is no conflict coming into picture. Next is economic differences. Pay structure what we are paying here, we can't afford to pay the same pay structure over there. The cost of living may be different. So automatically, we have to adjust, we have to make the payments on the same basis. Then differences in the currency certainly comes. So automatically, so this is of course correlated. So automatically we have to adjust with regard to the payment part. And the language and the difference in the infrastructure facility. So the communication pattern, the way in which things are put across, again varies. We have to train the people, we have to work out for the people from the same angle and so. Then what is the need? Why does an organization go for international? One, profit motive. Second, profit motive in the sense the organization wants to grow, the organization wants to expand. Okay, it's not that if an organization is making around 100 crore business every year, they are happy and content with that. Every institution, every organization, they prefer to grow. So that makes them expand, that makes them go beyond geographical limits, number one. Number two, growth and expansion. When it comes to growth and expansion, it comes again, the second part is that, say, when you want to make a profit, automatically the organization has to grow. Then internal market problem. We may find tough competition or close competition within the sector. So automatically there may be scenarios where when we try to find a market in, say, Middle East or say in Southeast Asia, etc., where no much players may be there, it may be easier for us to work out. And the competitive forces, what is there over here, as compared, that may be far less in other countries. And government policies, rules, and regulations. When it comes to government policies, certain country, the rules and regulations. Let me give you the example with regard to, let me compare you here at this point with regard to United States and India. Now, you want to start a business. Let's say, for example, hotel industry in United States, and you want a hotel in India. Permission, the rules, regulations, permissions are more easier, and it's more simpler to get things through in America as compared to India. The reason why I would like to compare over here is with regard to Baywood Hotels. If you're browsing, you can see Baywood Hotel is a hotel which is owned by an Indian from Gujarat, based in United States. He has got a chain of hotels, nearly around 100 5-star hotels operating, 100 plus 5-star hotels operating in United States. The same person owns about a couple of hotels in India. He opened about around 3 hotels in India, but he was finding it really tough. Within the time of opening 3 and establishing 3, he was able to open and operate more than around 50 hotels in United States. So you can see the time frame and the way how the business was going about. But now, coming back, important reasons for going international. Let me rewind. One is profit motive. Second is expansion motive. The organization wants to expand. Third, internal market problem, where they are not able to get more customers, or they are saturated. Then, or it could be the competitive forces. And finally, the government policies, rules, and regulations, which forces the organization to go to other country. Number 1. Okay, number 2, the policies, rules, and regulations may be more flexible and easier, and maybe more simpler over there. So this is the second. So globalization of business it's an attitude and mindset which views the entire world as a single market, so that corporate change is based on dynamics of the global business. So international business does not amount to globalization unless it's a result of such global orientation. So when it comes to the stages, it could be Ohame has classified into 5 stages of globalization. So where the first stage is the arm length service of activity of essential domestic and company, which moves into new market overseas by linking up with local dealers and distributors. So what do they try to do? They just move on with like the way how initially Godrej went for selling their product in other countries. In stage 2, the company takes over the activities on its own. And in stage 3, the domestic-based company begins to carry out its own manufacturing, marketing, and sales in the foreign country. Okay, so how it happened in the case of, like, you take the case of Godrej itself. First, through a trader. Second, it takes over the exporting part. Third, it establishes a plan. The 4th stage, the company moves to a fuller insider position in this market, supported by the complete business systems, including R&D. And in the 5th and final stage, it gets into localization. Okay, that is, the company moves towards a genuinely global mode of operations. In this context, like Ohame had mentioned, that they try to develop products exactly meeting the needs and requirement of what really is needed by the people over there. And what are the factors? What factors do really influence globalization? Number 1, or we can put up this way, a number of forces which actually include or propel for globalization. So, number 1 is the driving force.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
So can we have any PPTs or any slides for this?
Okay. I'll make it up tomorrow. Is it okay with you? Slide? I'll share with you the slide tomorrow. Or I can pass on the note to you. Is it okay?
Yeah, sir, fine. Pass on the note.
Okay. Postally tomorrow. So I will prepare the note. Note is there with me. I'll pass it on the notes to you tomorrow.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Number one, as well as if you would like the PPT part, I thought because why I kept the cam off, the reason is that my bandwidth over here is low. It should not get hung. That's the reason.
Yeah,
Okay.
sir. Voice is intermittent, sir. Your voice is very intermittent, sir. It's not clear sometimes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
One. Is it audible now?
Missing in
So please feel comfortable.
Yes,
Now, okay?
Yes,
I'll
sir.
get
Yes, sir.
closer.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
sir.
fine. Wherever you're feeling uncomfortable, feel stop me and ask. Okay, I'd be really happy if we have a more closer, interactive session, because than me giving a talk and just going away. Okay. So feel at home and just feel as if we both are on a virtual class. I'll just turn my cam on once again. So I'm sitting extremely close to the mic now. Okay, all of you are able to see me, I guess. If I switch on the cam, the problem is it gets, once again, it gets hung. That is the reason why I'm not switching on the cam. Okay, you may be finding it slightly difficult, but avoid just, excuse me for today. For tomorrow session, I'll be putting on the PPT and we'll tell you. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So, coming back, so driving force, the important force of driving the globalization as follows. Number one, liberalization policy, what was there within our country, and networking, technological growth, product development cost, quality and cost, pricing aspirations and wants, and competition. So, talking from this angle, again, taking up the case of companies like Godrej, would be, I'll take that as a main case study. So, in the case of Godrej, what happened was that they wanted to expand. Okay, they wanted to expand, and same time, they wanted technological growth also to take place. Okay, so automatically, what happened over here was that when it comes to technological growth, it's not that we may be having technologically we may be comfortable from all the angles. There may be certain things what we may be able to grasp or learn from other country too. So when it came to Godrej, basically when it comes to operational part, okay, especially purpose operation, it tried to adopt certain machineries and things from Chinese government, okay, and especially from the Malaysian government also, Malaysian system also. That's one. Then coming to the product cost and effort. So when it comes to product cost, as I was telling you, that most customers based in Singapore, Malaysia, Australia, New Zealand, and so. To the extent that in Australia, they were having some of the, there were organizations which used to ship from Chennai, they used to ship almost every week, okay, at least 2 to 3 containers every week it used to be shipped. Now, these products that have been shipped from Chennai, okay, as the raw material was coming from Korea. It used to come from Korea, used to manufacture, and from here, the product used to be shipped back to these countries. Okay, that is back to Australia and so. So when this process came, automatically they were able, when the company started when the company established that plant in Malaysia, they were able to produce the same product at a more cheaper price. So what is happening over here? The cost of the product came down. Same time, when it comes to the labor part, the labor part is a big difference actually when it comes with regard to the way how the people in the Malaysia works, and we can't outrightly say that people out here don't work. But then over there, the culture and the working style is something different. So which the operating cost was further more reduced. They were more into automation system was brought into picture. They tried to copy some of the strategies. They tried to not copy, they tried to implement same strategy way back in India. But then some of the strategies turned out to be failure. One of the strategy what they tried to implement was packaging strategy, which was based in Malaysia. That is by using a mechanical packing division, packing method, where only 2 people were employed to pack the entire a bureau, a CK down, complete knockdown bureau, which would have taken maximum around 3 to 4 minutes, replacing 7 people working at the same time. So end of the day, what happened? all this entire process was being carried out with about 2 people there in Malaysia. When that same strategy was brought into India, the issue was that people were not employees over here. They got really tense. They thought they'd be losing the job and they didn't cooperate. So one of the issue that hampers, especially even though we try to look in for growth and development part, when this growth and development part takes place, the main main thing that we need to tell over here is that making the people understand and realize and giving them a confidence that yes, it is for the institution and individuals' growth and development. Like in the previous class, you might have talked about organization developmental part. So these restraining force should automatically, or the internal restraining force should automatically be removed. Moving on now to the HR aspects, the international business and the challenges of HR. So coming to the first part, that when a researcher was, a couple of years back, when a researcher was asked by senior international manager of the 8 large companies, what are the key pressures affecting human resource management practices in their firm? So 3 other reasons. One of the main reasons what they were telling was that deployment, then knowledge and innovation dimensions, and identifying talent on a global basis. So identifying who can function effectively in a global organization and developing his or her ability. Now, there are 2 things. One, when it comes to global, one of the main advantages is that we are able to acquire, or we are able to select the people as per the need and requirement. As per need and requirement, we're able to select the best potential over here. Second, cultural impact of inter-country differences affecting. Let me get over here to impact of inter-country differences affecting HRM. First one, cultural factors. 2, economic factors. 3, legal and industrial factors. And 4, motivational factors. So coming to the first part, starting from over here, with regard to the motivational aspects, I'll start. So when the organization goes for a business expansion, automatically you are having a set of employees working. Now, we might have already framed a set of rules and regulations and motivational factors within the country, within the plant. And when the plant goes for expansion, we have we establish a new plant in Malaysia or in any other part of the world. Motivational factors completely vary. Okay, so motivational factors vary in the sense what motivates a person within this country or within this culture may not be motivating him in Malaysia or in other country. Or let's put up this way to you, say a person may be working in Pondicherry. The same person may be moved from Pondicherry to, let's say, for example, Mumbai. So what might have been motivating over here in this Pondicherry zone, it again varies when it comes to other part. Again, when a person is working in Pondicherry or in India or within this Indian culture or cultural systems, these people will not be motivated, these people will not get motivated or feel motivated when we are having the same thing, when the same and working environment may be there, but the country may be different. So let me start from here. International perspectives of HRM. Understanding an international perspective of HRM is required because of cultural diversity, workforce diversity, language diversity, and economic diversity. So cultural diversity comes, individualism and collectivism coming into picture. So we have in semester 2, you might have learned a paper called cross-cultural management, where it was discussed, which was where we you might have learned about Greek Hofstede, and where we discussed about power orientation, uncertainty avoidance, masculinity, and time orientation. So one of the most important things that which we need to understand over here is that with regard to cultural diversity. So when it comes to globalization, we need to basically understand how does the culture to operate, whether they do operate in individualistic way or collective way. When it comes to Southeast Asian countries, we operate more of a collective way. When it comes to countries like Europe, United States, or to Australia, it operates more of an individualistic culture into picture. And the power distance is the other main thing that comes into picture. They have a low power distance. Low power distance in the sense, or high power distance, second thing. So before that, collectivism, individualism, and collectivism, where employee has to be made clear. I mean, like when a person is being moved from X country to Y country on a deputation basis, or if a person is being transferred. Let's take the case like a company like Godrej, or a person working in a company like Infosys. When a person is moved from India to some other country, the most important thing that which we need to train him, make him clear, is that making him train from that particular angle. So this is where international perspective comes into picture, which we'll be talking how we try to train, how we try to recruit, how we try to train, and motivation will be dealing in the unit 2, which I'll be discussing in detail with the PowerPoint, so and with a graph, so that I mean, like in a pictorial way with the flowchart, it will become more easier for you. But I'll just take up an overview of these topics. Then coming to workforce diversity. Workforce is a building force of any organization, but there is workforce diversity in global companies. Based on the place of origin, employees of a typical global company can be divided into following groups, like parental country nation, or host country national, or third country national. So parent country national are permanent residents of a country where the company is headquartered, and host country nationals are permanent residents of the country where the operations of the company are located. And third country nationals are permanent residents of the country other than parent and host country. And expatriate and impatriate and repatriate. Expatriate, a parent country national sent on a long-term assignment to the host country for operations. Let's say, for example, Godrej is sending an employee from India to Malaysia. Impatriate, a host country national or a third country national assigned to home country of a company where it is headquartered. And repatriate, an expatriate coming back to home country at the end of being or completing a foreign assignment. Say, for example, I sent a person to establish a plant in, say, Malaysia, or let's say in UK or anywhere. He goes, he establishes the plant, or he completes the project, and he comes back. This is where workforce diversity comes to picture. Then language diversity. It's a medium of expression, but employees coming from different countries have different languages. Though English is a common language, it does not serve the purpose of educatedly, as it does not cover the entire world. So while an employee are coming from different countries, be encouraged to learn languages of the host country for better dissemination information, it does not become feasible in many countries in many cases. Especially an alternative to this is to send in multilingual communications. It implies that any communication transmitted to employee should appear in more than one language or so. So let me just put across to you one of the main issues. Let's say, for example, an employee has been, there are about employees working, let's say in India, and he or she has been moved to a project somewhere, let's say, for example, a country like Korea or a country like Germany. Okay, so automatically what happened, one of the main issues they face is with regard to the language issue. One, we had to learn, or they had to be mediated. Even, let's say, for example, I'm moving a person to United States. When we move a person to United States, one of the main issue people face is with regard to accent being faced by them, or the accent they are facing, or they are to they had to adjust it. So then economic diversity. Economic diversity is expressed in terms of per capita of different countries or cost of living index. Economic diversity is directly related to the compensation management, that is paying wages or salary, and other financial compensation to employees located in different countries. So one of the basic principles of paying employees is that there should be equity in paying employees. However, putting these principles in practice difficult or for a global company because its operations are located in different countries, have different economic status. Let's say, for example, Godrej itself is there. Godrej has a plant in Malaysia, has a plant in Dubai, now a plant in one of the African countries. Okay, now the cost of living completely varies on country basis and on area basis. So what do we need to do? We need to provide we need to identify what really is the economic status over there, what is the living condition over there, and then motivate them. Number one, that is one factor. Okay, another factor is that though economic factor is one, there are other factors also coming to picture with regard to merely with regard to compensation part. Say, for example, I would like to give you an example with regard to a company called Delco Rami, which is into manufacturing of alternators. So this company has its base in Virginia in United States of America, which is in located at Chantilly, okay, town. And the same company has a plant in Mexico and had a plant in India. Okay, now it's no more there. All the three places, they are into manufacturing of the same product. But then the salary is completely different. What motivates a person in America, you can't provide the same motivational things to a person that's motivating people in Malaysia. And when it comes to, again, with regard to South, okay, when it comes to India, a person may be paid around, say, 10 to 15,000 or 20,000 rupees salary. So that may be something that is motivating an operator over here. It's 20,000 when you're converting into dollar terms. Okay, that is $10 an hour. Is the rate over there minimum 10 to, and it runs up to $15 per hour. So when we are taking this into picture, automatically there will be a variation coming. So we need to basically understand the living cost of living index and then fix up the price part. We will be discussing this in Unit 2. Implications of HR practices. Then comes to the major part with regard to recruitment and selection. A global company has to has the following like the different approaches of recruitment and selection. Number one is ethnocentric, polycentric, and ethnocentric and geocentric. So when it comes to ethnocentric, all the positions in the headquarters as well as subsidiaries are staffed by the parent country. When it comes to polycentric, positions in subsidiaries are staffed by host country nationals, and those in those headquarters are staffed by parent country nationals. When it comes to regiocentric, positions are staffed by host country nationals within a particular geographical regions. And when it comes to geocentric, positions in headquarters as well as subsidiary staffs by people based on merit. So how do we really do operate? Let's say, for example, you take the case of a company like GE or so. So when it comes to GE has got well-established norms, and their things are very clear in their operational strategies. So when it comes to something called as, probably you might have learned in HRM, PCMM level 5. Okay, level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is called as People Capability Maturity Model. So in People Capability Maturity Model, when an organization goes and establishes its plant in some country, okay, they'll be initially in the fluid stage. Okay, that means they're not clear what really is the best policy, how do we go about it. In second stage, they're comfortable to some extent. They draw the basic policies, comparing with other manufacturing countries and companies and so on. They already start testing out the thing. So 3, they are in a stage where they are almost comfortable. How do we identify? Identify through the level of attrition rate. So automatically the attrition rate should be above 30% or so when it comes to PCM level 3. Then you got 4 and 5. 4 and 5 are the scenario where the policies are almost fixed and they are very confident of the things. So the aim over here when it comes to geocentric part, the organizations, they move in a stage where they're able to know exactly what type of potential is needed for what positions, and they try to recruit and retain them. Then they got over here performance management and training and development, and IR in the picture. So what is performance management? Performance management is the way of it's a process of continuously monitoring the activities in order to attain the desired level of performance, what has been fixed at the beginning of the appraisal period. So we may have different appraisal systems. It could be graphic rating, it could be 360, it could be competency mapping, or even having say grading method or checklist method or so. So these things, when it comes to appraisal part, we may be doing this appraisal part once in a year or so, or once in 6 months. So, but then there needs to be a system that we need to monitor on a regular basis in order to attain the desired level of performance. This we carry out through PMS part, performance management system part. The next is training, and the next part which we need to look in is with regard to training and development. So how do we try to train? So in this part, two things comes into picture. One is training the employee. I mean, the employee who has been to the fresher part, that is with regard to giving orientation, induction, orientation, and furthermore the refreshers training that which comes into picture. Then the other issue that we'll be dealing is with regard to implication over here is with regard to compensation management, which we had discussed earlier too. So that is the other part which we touch in and we talk about it. So coming to the third part of this unit 1 is with regard to linkages among strategy and performance and balance scorecard. So when it comes to the balance score, coming to linkages among people, strategy, and performance and balance scorecard, one of the main issue that organization do face, especially any organization when it comes to face, and especially where the HR does not get aligned, is with regard to when they're not able to link with organizational vision and mission. So what do we need to do? We need to link the people with the strategy and then with the balance scorecard, performance balance scorecard in the picture. Now, getting on to the first part, I mean, like when it comes to the top management always has a mission. Yes, I want to make by 2020 or by 2025 my company to the best player. I want to make them the top 5, or increase the productivity by 5%, or reduce the reject by 20% or so. Now, when we are doing this particular activity, that means the top management frames up certain things. We need to get this implemented or applied. How do we do this? This is where linking with the HR comes into picture. That means the top frames the policy. When it comes to application part, at every level, person has to be involved. We need to change the existing system. We have to see the existing system, does it really support or not, or do we need to have some other better way whereby we can overcome the problem. So a new approach to strategic management was developed in early 90s by Robert Kaltman, and David Norton. They named as balance scorecard, recognizing some of the weakness and weakness of the previous management approaches. So the balance scorecard is a management system that enables organizations to clarify their vision and strategy and translate them into action. So what happens over here? We have 4 perspectives of balance scorecard. We look from 4 different perspectives. That is from financial perspective, that's from customer perspective, learning and growth perspective, and international business process. So this we try to link with vision and mission. The financial perspective we see is that to succeed financially, how should we appear to our shareholders? So what are the objectives? What are the measures? What are the targets? And what are the initiatives? Second, for the international business process, satisfy our shareholders and customers, what business process must we excel at? We may be having, let's say, for example, you take the case of Godrej, or you take the case of Hindustan Unilever. They were having a series of products. But then when there was a series of products existing, automatically, most of them were not doing well. So they made a SWOT analysis, they made a study, and they narrowed down to 36 odd products. So when it comes over here to customer, to achieve our vision, how should we appear to the customers. You may be having a feel that yes, we are doing an excellent job. We're doing an excellent job, yes. But then we need to basically apply and see how well we are able to meet that need and requirement. Giving you a very simple example. Here, we need to take the feedback. Like, for example, let's be more practical and we can understand from this particular angle, from this particular subject matter itself, what we are currently going through. About 10 to 15 minutes of our study, I mean, like when the session was going on, we found that some of the students, they said that they wanted a PPT mode. They want a mode to be presented. So what does basically indicate? It indicates that this is what is going to really satisfy them. Okay, so automatically, now as me as a person who is into the process, identified yes, this is the flaw or the issue being faced. So automatically, I should be able to come out with a mode whereby I am able to satisfy my customer. So whereby that leads to growth and development part. Then learning and growth. Achieve our vision. How will we sustain the ability and change beyond? Now we have a system existing within ourselves. How do we try to change? How do we try to apply those? Can it run on the same way? And like in the previous session, we talked about with regard to developmental models. Okay, we talked about change models and development models. Like we can see 7-stage model. So we will try to identify where we can. How will we sustain and how can we apply the change where we need to really change? So automatically it is interlinked with international business as well as with the customer. So where we need to apply the change, and ultimately when we are able to link all the four, that is financial, international business process, learning and growth, and customer, that leads to vision and strategy. So summing up over here for today, HR scorecards linking people and people, strategy, and performance. So the HR professionals must achieve 6 core competencies to operate the strategic HR structure. That is individual credibility, ability, cultivate company's culture, proficiency, business knowledge, and strategic performance management. So where we identify and link strategic ways that HR can contribute to company's overall growth, overall strategy, identify and implement appropriate and accurate way to influence HR activities, estimate potential implications of a change in HR to identify the patterns and connections in seemingly unrelated, and to determine an impact that this change will have on the company's profits, and communicate how HR's overall strategy and profits, so the senior management can understand that change in HR represents can lead to positive returns in the investment. So coming to just a nutshell about this one, basically there's something called HR scorecard, which was actually designed by TV Rao, from IIM Ahmedabad long back, and it is called as HR scorecard 2500. So what do we try to do? What is the purpose of this tool, and how do we apply this tool? HR scorecard 2500 is a measuring tool to check how well our performance appraisal or not performance appraisal, our HR system is functioning effectively and serving the full need. And on an 8-scale metric, they try to rate it. I'll show you in my next class how an HR scorecard 2500 works, and how do they rate, and how do we try to identify where exactly things have gone wrong, or there might have been an issue or a flaw existing in the system. So summing up over here, before we wind up with the today's session, I'll touch up this entire topic tomorrow once again. It will be a bit faster since you asked me with the PPT mode. In the PPT mode itself, I'll cover up the entire thing. But just to brush up for what we have done up today, we were talking with regard to, initially we start off with international business and globalization. So what really is globalization, and what are the problems in international business? Globalization makes a business environment increasingly global, even for domestic firms, and we may therefore define that international business as a business in an internationally competitive environment, no matter whether the market is domestic or foreign. international business takes different forms like exporting, licensing, contract manufacturing, foreign assembly, foreign production, joint venture, etc. So problems in international business, what are the main problems they face? What makes international business strategy different from domestic is that one, political and legal difference. Okay, number one, when it comes to international business, we have to look in totally from different angle, that is from political angle and from legal difference part. Number two, there is a cultural difference. 3, economic difference. 4, differences in currency. 5, language. 6, business infrastructure. And 7, trade restrictions. Then important reasons for going international. Number 1, profit motive. 2, growth or expansion. 3rd, internal market. We are not able to get more customers or so. 4, competitive forces within ourselves. 5, the government policies of the other country becomes more easier and comfortable part. Okay, it's more easier and so. Then we talked about stages of globalization. The first stage is, I was mentioning, is with regard to arm's length service activity. That's essential company which moves in the new market overseas by linking up with a local dealer or a distributor. That is, I'm selling up my product through a dealer or so. Stage 2, the company takes over these activities on its own. First through a dealer, then I do myself. 3rd, the domestic-based company begins to carry out its own manufacturing unit. Like how the Godrej first through a dealer, then it's had its own sales team, then it had its own manufacturing plant. Then 4th, the company moves to a fuller insider position, develop its own R&D and so. 5th, the company manufactures what exactly is needed up for them. And what are the factors influencing globalization? Driving forces are: number 1, liberalization; 2, networkings of MNCs; 3, technological growth; 4, transportation and communication revolutions; 5, product development costs and efforts; and quality of cost. So what happens over here? What factors which influences? Number 1 is it's a liberalization. One of the important of liberalization is that surge in the cross-border and merger and acquisition and filling up of results. Number 2 is multinational enterprise which link their resources and abilities with the world market and making them more operative. Next is for technological growth part, then transportation and communication part. Okay, and product development part. Then after this, we had discussed with regard to international business and challenges of HR. So one of the main challenges the organization faces is with regard to cultural factors, economic system, legal and industrial factors, and motivational factors. So we're telling that what motivates a person in this X country will not motivate a person in Y country. So we need to come out with a better way. Cultural factors, automatically there's a cultural differences between X or Y. So we need to identify how well we can have a common culture and insist on that. Okay, then we talked with regard to international perspectives with regard to cultural diversity, workforce diversity. So we talked with regard to cultural diversity, we were talking with regard to Hofstede's model, individualism and collectivism, power orientation, uncertainty and avoidance, flexibility, and time orientation. Then we talked with regard to workforce diversity, where we said we had mentioned with regard to parent country, host country, and third country. So what does the 3 mean? That is a parent country national, permanent residents of the country where the company is headquartered; host country national, permanent residents of the country where operations of the company are located; third country nationals, permanent residents of the country, and other than that, the parent country and the host country. Then we talked about expatriate and repatriate. Then we talked about language diversity. Expatriate, the parent country national, being sent to another country, to a host country for operations, and when he's returned back, it's called as a repatriate. We talked with regard to language issue and language diversity and economic diversity in the picture. Then we talked with regard to recruitment and selection process. Basically, to understand what is recruitment, it is a process of attracting a candidate, and selection is the strategy adopted to interview and place the person. So where we talked with regard to ethnocentric, polycentric, and regional-centric and geocentric individual. And finally, we touched on training and development, performance management, and compensation management. After that, we looked in with regard to linkages among people, strategy and performance, and balance scorecard. So we talked with regard to what perspectives of balance scorecard from a angle, where we discussed with regard to financial, international business process, learning and growth, and customers. So to achieve, so for example, once again to brush up over there, what do we look from financial angle is succeed financially, how should we appear to our shareholders? So HR, what is the role of HR? How do we need to groom, frame, or design the policy? And how do we need to break down? And international to satisfy our shareholders and customers, what process must be excellent? We may be operating in multiple area. What area we should thrust on? That is, we should identify what is the loss-making part. What is the reason? If not proving out good, we should be able to cut it out. Learning and growth, other angle, and finally coming to customer to achieve our vision. How should we appear to our customers? That's it. So I stop over here. Tomorrow I'll be running up with the PPT as you had all asked for. PowerPoint as well as I'll give you pass on to your study material. Thank you. Thank you all. Good day.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Students, now 15 minutes break for you people. Next class will be started by 12:15. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Charge करना
Hello, student Rishi Kumar. Student Rishi Kumar. Rishi Kumar.
Video mute பண்ணிட்டாங்க சும்மா அட்டெண்டன்ஸ்க்காக மூவ் பண்ணியா இங்கே போணும் வீட்டில்
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, madam.
Sir, we are having some confusion regarding the examination, sir.
What do you want, ma'am?
Sir, in that notification, they have mentioned that the question paper will send through the senders only.
Student email. Only student email only.
Okay, student's email. That's what we want
Okay.
to or that first
1
page.
hour,
I
1 hour
mean,
before. 1 hour before the university will send to question paper.
Your class will be started by 12:15.
mail.
Okay. Okay.
Sir,
What about
sir, what about the
page or-
twinning mode students, sir? Hello?
Yes, yes.
So what about the twinning mode students, sir? Actually, we are from different places and our twinning mode is at Patna. So in that case, you'll be sending to our mail address and we have to go to that certain place or we have to stay at home, sir. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Sir, actually, நாங்க வந்து twinning mode students, sir. நாங்க எங்க region வந்து Patna. ஆனா Patna actually twinning modeலயே இல்ல. பட்னா திருஷ்டி ஃபவுண்டேஷன்ல இருந்து நாங்க செஞ்சுட்டு இருக்கோம் சார். ஸோ ஆக்சுவலி நாங்க இருக்கிறது வேற இடத்துல. ஸோ ட்வினிங் நாங்க என்ன பண்ணணும், நாங்க பட்னா போகணுமா இல்ல நாங்க வீட்ல இருந்தே இது பண்ணணுமா சார்?
எக்ஸாம் எல்லாமே ரைட் ஃப்ரம் யுவர் ஹோம்.
ஹோமா சார்? ஆனா அந்த இது சார் ஆன்சர் ஷீட்ஸ் சிம்பிள் A4 ஷீட்ஸ்ல கொடுக்கணுமா சார்?
சேம் டே நீங்க அன்னைக்கு சேம் டே எதுமே ஸ்பீட் போஸ்ட் பண்ணிடணும் டெய்லி.
ஓகே ஓகே ஓகே
ஓ சோ அங்க நாங்க போக தேவையில்லையா சார்? சார் அண்ட் வாட் அபௌட் ஹால் டிக்கெட்? அதெல்லாம் இல்லையா சார்?
No, first you apply examination form. After that you will inform. You don't get. Excuse me, sir.
Sir, one more question, sir. ஏற்கனவே third semesterல we are not able to give certain papers. So fourth semesterல நாங்க எல்லா ஃபீஸ்மே அப்ளை பண்ணனுமா? provision fees, exam fees எல்லாமே அப்ளை பண்ணனுமா சார்?
இல்ல இப்போதைக்கு செகண்ட் செமஸ்டர் ஃபோர்த் செமஸ்டர் மட்டும் தான் நீங்க எழுத முடியும்.
இல்ல சார், ஃபோர்த் செமஸ்டர் எக்ஸாமுக்கு தான் சார் சொல்றோம். ஏற்கனவே தேர்ட் செமஸ்டர்ல அரியர் இருக்கிற ஸ்டூடெண்ட் வந்து ஃபோர்த் செமஸ்டர்ல இந்த ப்ரொவிஷன் சர்டிபிகேட் எல்லா ஃபீஸுமே போட்டுட்டு தான் அனுப்பணுமா சார்?
ஏங்க ஃபோர்த் செமஸ்டர் செகண்ட் செமஸ்டர் எக்ஸ்கியூஸ் மீ ஃபோர்த் செகண்ட் தான் கண்டக்ட் பண்றவங்க. நீங்க ஏரியர்ஸ் ஆனாலும் எது ஆனாலும் ஃபோர்த் செகண்ட்ல என்னென்ன பேப்பர் இருக்கோ அதுதான் அப்ளை பண்ண முடியும்.
ஓகே மேம், ஓகே மேம், ஷூர் மேம்.
இல்ல மேம், அது क्वेश्चन இல்ல. ஆக்சுவலி ப்ராப்ளம் அதுல வந்து இருக்கு. ப்ரொவிஷன் ஃபீஸ், ப்ரொவிஷன் சர்டிபிகேட்க்கு தனியா ஃபீஸ் கட்டணும். அப்புறம் அந்த கன்சாலிடேட்டட்க்கு தனியா கட்டணும் இல்ல. சோ அது நாங்க எங்களுக்கு ஏற்கனவே தேர்ட் செமஸ்டர்ல அரியர் இருக்கு மேம். சோ ஃபோர்த் செமஸ்டர்ல நாங்க ஃபீஸ் எழுதி அனுப்பும்போது அந்த காசும் சேர்த்தே நாங்க டிடி அனுப்புறதா இல்ல அனுப்ப தேவையில்லையா?
ஆமாங்க, ஏன்னா ஃபோர்த் செமஸ்டர் முடிச்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் உங்களுக்கு ப்ரொவிஷனல் சர்டிபிகேட் வரும், டிகிரி வரும், அந்த காசு சேர்த்து அனுப்ப வேண்டியதான்.
Okay ma'am.
Detailed information will come later on, madam, within 2-3 days. This is just notification of the examination. Now detailed information timetable will come later on. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, ma'am, if we have any issue in getting the question paper, means what can we do during the exam time? Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. If we have any issue in receiving the question paper, means what can we do during the exam time? Am I audible? Hello.
Tell me, sir.
So question paper receive பண்ணல ஏதாவது இஷ்யூ இருந்துச்சுன்னா என்ன பண்றது நாங்க எக்ஸாம் டைம்ல?
இல்ல இஷ்யூனா நீங்க you can take us.
Sorry.
1 hour before you will send na.
ஆமா. So எங்கள்ட்ட ரிசீவ் ஆவல some issues ஏதாச்சும் இருந்துச்சுன்னா நாங்க எப்படி
that time you call control examination and the mobile number and everything you will give. Otherwise WhatsApp also will send. You don't worry.
Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah.
But it is password protected.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sir, can you tell me the exam date exactly, like whether it is in Jan first half or second half, so that we can plan accordingly?
December, maybe December 26th to January 5th. Already everybody you know now, it's no change in timetable. Already everybody know.
Okay.
No, sir, there is no timetable available on the website.
Earlier timetable is available, sir. So we'll be going according to the same pattern.
Yeah, same.
Like December 26th pattern.
No, first clearly, madam, one by one, clearly read the instruction. Suddenly, you are asking, madam, one by one, you clearly verify the notification. Okay, and the detailed email sent to control examination. One by one, everyone sent to email. Whatever question you want. Thank you.
Thank you.
First time, everybody know. We are also face some problem. You also face some problem. Understand, student?
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Madam, good morning, madam. Divilation, madam.
Hello.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Audible.
Can we come in?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, madam. Okay, madam.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm G. Divya Lakshmi, Dr. G. Divya Lakshmi. So, I'm going to handle compensation management and training and development classes for you. Is it audible? Yes?
Yes, sir.
So, first, you have to download the book from the website which is available.
Divilation.
Yeah, sir.
Again present, madam. Cancel panta, madam. Again present.
Means you want me to log in again?
Yes. No, only stop.
Stop
Present.
presenting and once again present, ma'am. Madam, you just stop presenting, ma'am.
Stop.
Yes. Now you just once again you present now, ma'am.
So am I audible? Can I present?
Dear candidate, don't present in between the session. It will affect your classes.
So the slide which I'm sharing, is it visible?
Wait, it will come on.
Not visible, ma'am.
Okay, fine. 1 second. I'll do.
Now present, madam. Now present. Now click, ma'am.
So now please check. Can you see the slides?
No, ma'am. No. Yeah, ma'am. Right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
Right now, seeing, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Now. Thank you. So we shall see unit 1 from compensation management. And first, what all the unit? Content of this topic, right? So first, you will see what is compensation and what are all the responsibilities pertaining to compensation. Then if you have any doubt, you can post your comments like in the comment section so that I can clarify after the tutoring class is over. Fine. So compensation system design issues, like what are all the issues handled while designing a compensation framework, and then compensation philosophies and compensation approaches, basic approaches that has been designed for compensation, framing the compensation package. Okay, fine. So first we shall see what is compensation. So compensation, why is it needed? And it is a basic responsibility of a human resource management department for its employees to, in order to provide a healthy lifestyle for the employees, there should be a proper compensation framework for the employees. So it is a responsibility of each organization or an employer to have a proper compensation package for every management for the well-being of the employees in order to balance the work and work-life balance, in order to bring about the work-life balance. Fine. So every organization must offer good wages and fringe benefits to attract and retain its employees in order to for the employee to be engaged within his work, and in order to be committed, he needs some incentives or some. Actually, I wanted to ask you a question before going to this: is wage, salary, and everything, is it a hygiene factor or a motivational factor? So you can ping me the answers after the thing. So it's like it's basically an important factor which drives the employees in order for him or her to get committed to his own work in the organization. So compensation. Each compensation package will vary according to organizations, right? So compensation to workers will vary depending upon the nature of job, skills required, risks involved within the job, and nature of his or her working conditions. Okay, how much an employer could afford that employee. Pertaining to all these constraints, the compensation packages will also differ. So bargaining power of the trade union. So in factories or any kind of a huge, like more than 100 employees there, you would have, I don't know whether you are exposed to those kind of Factories Act or something like that. So you would have a trade union. There is a separate act called Trade Unions Act. So you would have a trade union wherein you can bargain for your rights, workers' rights there. So it's called as trade union. So the bargaining power of trade union, wages and benefits offered by the other units in the region or industries, etc. So what are all the sectors involved here? So in many sectors, particularly sectors like IT and ITES, IT enabled services, you've got these packages that treats employees as creators and drivers of value rather than one or more factors of production. Companies around the world are paying close attention to how much they pay, the kind of components in this pay includes whether they are offering the competitive compensation to attract the talent. Why is so? It's like like if you are like rewarded for your own works or talents, and when you are recognized, you will be able to be more aligned to the organization and work even more hello
ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. So you will be committed to the work you are assigned for. Okay, so what are the various authors who have defined this compensation? How have they designed this compensation as? We'll see some basic definitions which have been provided for compensation, right? So employee compensation refers to all forms of pay going to employees and arising from the employment. Gary Dessler has quoted this. And then all forms of pay does not include rewards may be financial or non-financial also. So all forms of pay does not include non-financial benefits but all direct and indirect financial compensation. Okay, according to Thomas G. Bergman, compensation, he has given an equation, right? What is compensation? Compensation is equal to wage or salary plus employee benefits plus non-recurring financial rewards plus non-pecuniary rewards. Okay, I'll come to one. I mean, I'll just define one by one. After the thing, first we'll read all the definitions. Okay, so these are all the basic definitions which have been given by various authors. And next we'll go to what is the basic concepts that are pertaining to the compensation package as well. So compensation refers to financial and non-financial rewards to the employees. So it is in the paid form in some organization, or it might be of some non-monetary benefits also. So it is paid in the form of wages, salaries, or employee benefits. So monetary payments are direct from compensation. So they are the direct form of compensation. Whereas non-monetary, they call it as indirect form of compensation, which give a great impact in motivating employees. Some believe that if they are given in monetary forms, they feel more motivated. And some employees might have some other, if you are, given an opportunity for abroad opportunities, like something else like promotions and all, they feel if it is non-monetary, they feel it is more inclined towards their job, engagement or something like that. It differs from employees' perception also. So compensation system is designed to achieve the following objectives. See, what are all the compensation pertaining to what features that does the compensation package rely on? So capable employees are attracted towards the organization. Employees are motivated for better performance. Employees do not leave the employer frequently. So switchover has been reduced due to this, favorable compensation packages. So in order to keep the employees inclined with the company, and in order for him to, get more motivated, compensation is one of the factor. So next, moving on to the components which involve, which are responsible for framing a compensation packages. So basically, what would be the basic component? Monetary benefit means it would be salary or your wage, right? So basic wage or salary. So wages refer to hourly rates. So in some small daily wages or something like it will pertain to salary, hourly rates of the pay. Then salary refers to monthly rates of the pay. So it depends upon the employer and the organization, the size of the organization, right? And your designation also. So it will differ according to the nature of your work, basically. So it will differ from employee to employee by the nature of the job, seniority, and merit. So some people even seniority also, pertaining to some organization, it is based upon seniority. And pertaining to some organization, it is based upon your skills, and it's based upon your commitment towards your work and your commitment towards your work and your productivity. So it differs, even this differs from organization to organization. Normally it is a fixed amount, but it will change based upon annual increments or periodical pay hikes or something like that. So it is basically it is tailor-made according to the organization and the employer and your work. So your designation will, basically in the joining period itself, they'll used to, elaborate all your compensation packages and everything, but it might differ. As you go on, it might differ pertaining to your productivity or, the inclination towards the work or something like that. Dearness allowances. So what is this? It is a fixed percentage of basic wage, which facilitates the employees and the workers to face the prices of increase or inflation. It depends upon the external factors which is affecting your work or company or the organization, goods and services consumed by them. So incentives paid in addition to the wages and salaries are also called as payments by results. So it is based upon your productivity or the outcome or the results, how much you are involved in a project or any other outcome, performance, your efficiency in that performance. So it depends upon the productivity and factors like sales, profit, or cost reduction efforts. So how much, the optimistic approach towards your projects, how optimistic you are towards that thing, and how optimally you use the resources in case of marketing, or like in case of production oriented units, how optimally you use the product within which time slot, and how effectively you produce the outcome. And it is all based upon all these factors. So what is bonus? Bonus, it is a fixed percentage on the basic wage paid annually or based on the productivity. Minimum statutory bonus of all employees. There is a minimum statutory bonus for all employees and workers is prescribed by the government. Government would prescribe the minimum statutory bonus, which can be also enhanced by the employer. Okay, there is also a bonus plan which compensates the managers and employees based on the sales revenue or profit margin achieved for labors based on piece wages, but depends upon the productivity. Again, it depends upon the productivity. If there is outcome, there is reward. So moving on to the next slide. Again, dealing with the compensation, first we dealt about monetary benefits. Now non-monetary benefits. So non-monetary benefits, it gives a psychological satisfaction. As I told you, if you are given an opportunity to go somewhere abroad, or you are given some promotions or something based upon this productivity, you would feel better, right? So it is non-monetary. So it gives psychological satisfaction to employees even when financial benefit is not available. So such as recognition, job responsibilities, promotion, flexi time. When you are given work from home or flexi time, now you won't accept work from home. All are bored to get work from home. So it's like flexi time. You can come in flexi timings and everything. That is called as monetary benefits. So basically, it is in IT and ITES sector pertaining to this thing. So commissions to managers and employees, it is paid based on the sales, revenue, or profits of the company. Depending upon the targets achieved, companies may pay a commission on a monthly periodical basis. So it is these commissions are might be based upon the targets you achieve. If you finish this target, it's all depending upon your deadlines, right, for the projects and everything, like targets. So if you have achieved that much targets, and in insurance sectors also you have some targets, right? So after achieving this target, you get some incentives. So it is all depending upon that. So what is called a mixed plan? It is a combination of pay as well as the commission. So it depends. It also has a lots of it has some amount for incentives and also some commission. It is also called as a combination or a mixed plan. So what is piece rate wages? The wages to the laborers are paid for each of the quantity produced by them. So it is like piece rate wage system, daily wage labors, masons and everybody for construction system, they are paid based upon their daily wages, like daily piece rate wages. So how much piece you produce, according to that you are paid. Okay, the compensation is totally based upon the productivity and not other qualitative factors, not upon depending upon your decision making system or something, how much you are committed towards the company, or not about your organizational citizenship behavior or something like that. So how much you are inclined towards the company, it does not depend upon all those things. It just depends upon how much you produce. It is upon the quantity. So fringe benefits. What are fringe benefits? Fringe benefits are received as an integral part of their total compensation package based on the job factor and performance. It is an indirect compensation but not directly related to the performance. The purpose is to retain efficient and capable people in the organization. So capable people best survives, right? So it's like that. So profit sharing. This is an agreement by which the employees receive a share. So they are given a share from the profits that that a company incur, and it has been distributed to all its employees, fixed in advance of a profit. If a worker wants to participate in profit sharing, they require to work for a certain number of years. So if you have to participate on a company's profit sharing, there would be a certain limit, might be 5 years or 10 years. You should have served that company so that you can participate in that profit sharing, and you can also have that advantage of profit sharing. So if a worker wants to participate, he will also be rewarded based upon some number of years and also some seniority base. So if he is a senior person in that organization, he might also be rewarded for that. Theory behind this management feels it works. Workers will fulfill the responsibilities more diligently if they realize that their efforts may result in higher profits, which will be returned to the workers. So if you are like see, it's giving back, like paying back for your gratitude. Like it's like you have done to the company and the company pay backs to you. It's like that. So you have some type of compensation base and supplementary compensations. So direct compensation, how does it go like? And indirect compensation, how does it go like? So compensation which is direct basis, it is like based upon basic salary, house rent allowance, conveyance bills, leave travel allowance, medical reimbursement, bonus and special allowance such as like that. So when it comes to indirect, it comes to leave policy, overtime policy, hospitalization, insurance, leave travel, retirement benefits, holiday homes, flexible timings, etc. Okay. So we shall see how does it comply upon direct compensation. So what direct compensation base, basic salary, how you incur your I mean, like if you are like having your basic salary, so from that how come your compensation packages can be like formulated or something like that. So basic salary, the money of an employee receives from his or her employer by rendering his services for a certain period. So it might be for a day or a week or a month. They calculate it depending upon their organization or the employees. So employer, sorry. House rent allowance provides accommodations, or they provide house rent allowances to its employees. So some companies will provide you house rent allowance if you provide your proper address proof and everything. They provide you with the house rent allowance also. Conveyance provide cab facilities to their employees, and a few organizations also provide vehicles and petrol allowances, like conveyance bills only. They look after all your conveyance bills. And leave travel allowance, when you go for some trip or something like that, vacations or some excursions, they also provide that facility for you and allowances for you. So to retain the best talent in the organization, allowances to visit any place that they wish with their families, and allowances are scaled as per the position of the employee in the organization. It also pertains to the features, nature of the job, their designation, the pay scale, everything. Okay. So medical reimbursement, it is basically like an insurance which is like provided for the employee and his family. So provide medical claims and mediclaims to the employees and their family members. These include health insurance and treatment bills, reimbursements, etc. So bonus, usually 1 month salary is paid to the festival seasons to motivate them to provide social security. And see, for the seasons, to motivate them and to provide social security in order to enjoy their own lifestyle, and such in order to maintain their work-life balance, they are given some 1 month salary as a bonus in order for the employee to celebrate his festivals with the family, with his family. So special allowances, what are all the other special allowances that are given under this compensation which comes under direct base? So it will be overtime, mobile allowances. Your mobile bills will be paid they will be taken over by the organization. So meals might be 2 or 3. I mean, and the break time like some snacks or something would be taken over by the organizations. Commissions, travel expenses, reduced interest loans. So if they are working under your company, and you can avail loan with a minimal interest or something like that. So insurance, club membership, etc. So these are all the compensation benefits on the direct base. So direct or base compensation system. So what is indirect or supplementary compensation? So we shall see about that. It refers to non-monetary benefits offered and provided to the companies in lieu of the service provided by them to the organization. In lieu, it depends upon the service that is rendered by the employee, by the employer to the organization. Okay, leave policy. Leave policy, the organizations provide paid leaves such as casual leaves, medical leaves, maternity leaves, statutory pay, etc. So it is a paid leave thing. So then overtime policy, adequate allowances and facilities during the overtime, such as transport facilities, overtime pay, etc. They will be paid when you do ODs, right? Like overtime OT. Sorry, it's not OD. And hospitalization to regular checkups. So if you have like annual checkups, whole master checkups and everything, the organization provides you with all the, and it'll take over all your medical issues, and it'll provide you with the like free master checkups and everything. This will provide them emotional and social security. What it's like Maslow's hierarchical need and everything, like it's like it will provide what emotional and social security. So it provides accidental insurance and life insurance. So insurance, obviously what is insurance. So it will provide it in in the time of your need. It will provide accidental and life insurance for your employees, and make them feel themselves valued in the organizations. In order to feel the employees belonging to the organization, that belongingness, in order to bring about that belongingness with the company, they in order to make them inclined with the company and have some emotional connect with the company, they provide all these benefits, right? So what are all the retirement benefits provided by the company? Pension and other benefits after they retire from the organization, they at the prescribed age. There is some age limit, right? So after that age limit, they can they can avail this retirement benefits. Holiday homes. What is holiday homes? It is quite different. Hello,
Madam, please stop the sharing and once again share the PPT now, because some candidate has shared some screen, so our PPT is not visible to the students.
Oh, so okay.
So please just stop sharing. You just click the stop sharing and I just.
And you need me to share it again. Okay.
Yeah. Dear students, don't present in between while ma'am presenting. If student presenting means madam PPT will be not visible to others. So please don't share anything in between the classes. Okay.
Is madam, it visible now?
Present now. Wait, ma'am. Wait, it will coming. Yeah, it's coming, ma'am.
Yeah, can I proceed?
Continue, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Then holiday homes provides holiday homes and guest house at different locations. So some organization. Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
So is the slide visible? Can I continue?
Yes.
I heard somebody said no. That's why I'm asking. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, now it's visible, ma'am. Now it's visible.
Yeah, thank you. So holiday homes provide holiday homes and guest house at different locations, and these are usually located in hill station and other wanted holiday spots. Some holiday spots which are located and which have a tie-up with the company or the organization, they provide you with that. You can enjoy that allowances also. So flexible timings. You know what is flexi timings, right? Provided those who cannot come to work during normal shifts, if they have some difficulty in attending office hours, they can also avail this benefit like flexible flexi timings. They can the organization is ready to provide them after it's all based upon your productivity. Fine. Then what are all the factors that are considered in deciding the compensation? So compensation is basically, I mean, you know what are all the external factors, and internal factors is within the organization, and intra-organization and inter-organization. It also depends upon the companies which are like on par with the organization, and it also depends upon the external factors. So external factors, what are all the external factors? Compliance with the law of the land, and it is like some government policy also. It is regarding the demand and supply of labor, then cost of living, then government policies, as I told you, then prevailing wage rates according to the market, how much is the employee paid and everything, and labor union and collective bargaining, as I told you, like labor union or trade unions or something like that, and the collective bargaining after addressing their grievances and all stuff, they have some bargaining, like they come up with a thing like we want this, we want that, and everything. So it is like these are all the external factors that affects the compensation package, or deciding upon. These are all the deciding factors of a basic compensation plan. Okay. Internal factors. What are all the internal factors? Capacity to pay, how much an employer can afford towards the employees, its workers or the employees. And top management philosophy. Every management has its own philosophy and its own vision and mission. So according to that, it relies upon how does a compensation package is being paid. So some organization would like to make their employees much happier, and they are like lavish in spending upon the compensation package. Some organizations are like they just keep it after math. Like after the they might have a huge heavy thing to have it upon after retirement or something, so that the employee works for a due period and then gets the allowance. So it depends upon the organization to organization. Job requirements, organization and politics. So politics within the organization, what is the top management class or something like that. It depends upon that also, compensation, benefits and everything. Employee related factors. Some features which are not taken up, and the employee that has to be considered by with the compensation packages as well. So productivity of the workers, from the beginning they keep stressing upon the productivity. And job requirements, and it also depends upon job requirements. So these are all the factors which are affecting the decision of designing a compensation package. So next, external factors. We can see what are all the external factors that are prevailing. As we saw, we'll see it in detail. Okay. Demand and supply of labor. The firms require the services of the workers, and they must pay wages that will bring forth the supply, which is controlled by the workers acting together through their unions. So this can also be through the unions. Okay. The primary result of law of supply demand is the creation of the primary result of the law of supply. So what is the law, basic, result of law of supply and demand theory? It is a creation of it's like going wage rate system, right? So that's like that. It's not practicable to draw a demand supply curves for each job, and so it differs from job. Nature of the employment. It depends upon the nature of the employment. So it is like designation. As per work, it differs. So you cannot design a demand supply curve for each and every job for the organization. So they say that. So cost of living. So you know in which place, it depends upon the geographical constraints. So cost of living, wherein if you are like in metro cities, like if you in Chennai it differs, and Bangalore it differs, and in Coimbatore it differs, and see in South India it like differs in each and every territory, right? So cost of living also pertains to the external factors contributes to the compensation package. So it tends to vary depending upon variations in cost of living index, showing rise and fall in the general price level and consumer price index. You would have learned this in economics, I think, consumer price index. So this thing, law of supply and demand and everything. It is an essential ingredient for long-term labor contract unless provision is made to reopen the wage clause periodically. So it is like, it depends upon the long-term basis and all stuff, and it depends upon the geographical constraint also. So labor union, the higher wages are paid under the pressure on the trade or the trade unions. So higher wages are paid by the organization or the employer due to the demands and bargains that are like put forth by the trade union. So if the trade union fails in their attempt to raise wage and other allowances through collective bargaining, they resort to strike and other methods, hereby to the supply of the labor is restricted. So in order, if they don't, if they are not happy with the thing which organization is rewarding them, or if they are not happy with the packages that the organization designed for them, they will they'll ultimately land up with a strike, or they will detain their laborers for going from, I mean, like to go to work or something, and there is ultimately lack of labor. Supply of labor, lack of supply in labor. So there is some constraint pertaining to that. So it also affects the work productivity and all stuff. This exerts a kind of influence on the employer to collect, and he's forced to render the package with they are asking for. So concede at least partially the demands of the labor. At least partially they have to agree for the demands put forth by the labor union. So the second external, the rest government. So it has enacted some laws for minimum wages, hours of work, equal pay, and equal work. So so if they are paid according to all those government inclined policies and inclined government has paid in order to not exceed, I mean in order for the organization not to give minimum payments, the government has themselves standardized their factors, which how much the employees have to be paid after how much working hours of employees and everything has been formulated by the government, and these are all the factors which also influence the compensation decision factors. So one second, I'll just come. Sorry for the interruption. Prevailing wage rates. So wages, what are all the prevailing wage rates in the market, right? Like how much are the other employees in other organizations being paid? So wages in a firm are influenced by the general wage level or wages paid for a similar occupation in the industry, region, or economy as a whole. So external alignment of wages is essential because if wages paid by a firm are lower than those paid by the other firms, so inter-organizational comparison has been done by the by the employees as well, and there are always a comparison between your firm with the equivalent firm which is marketing the same product. So it's like that. So the firm will not be able to attract or retain the efficient employees. For instance, there is a wide difference between the packages offered by the multinational or the Indian companies. So it is like multinational companies will provide a different pay system, and the Indian companies will have a different pay system. So it that differs. But if a company is located and it has the same geographical inclination, and if it has the same geographical, it has the same designation, working hours and everything, it can be compared, right? So it has to be inclined with the other intra comparison between the organizations is also done for the fixing up of compensation wage system, packages. So internal factors: ability to pay, ability for an employer to pay the compensation package. So it depends upon the financial position and profitability of the firm. So how much turnover does an organization make per year or something like that? It depends upon all those constraints. So if a firm is marginal and cannot afford to pay competitive rates, its employees will generally leave it better for pay. They'll leave it for what? Better paying jobs in the other organizations. So intra comparison again with the organizations. So it is an important factor affecting wages not only for the individual firm but also for the entire industry. So top management philosophy. What is the top management philosophy? What are all the top decision makers of the organization will decide? That is the that also pertains to the compensation decision making system. So wage rates paid to the employees are also affected by the top management's philosophy, values, and attitudes. As the wage and salary payments constitute a major portion of the costs and or appointment of the profits to the employees, top management may like to keep it to minimum. So top management may like to pay higher pay to attract top talent. Okay, so top management will pay higher only to the people who are talented, right? Like if they are deserving, they pay. If they don't deserve, or if they are like not showing any interest towards their work, they don't pay on it. It all depends upon the top management decisions. So it also relies upon the internal factor, this is a major internal factor, that is the top management philosophy. So productivity of the workers, again, to in order if you like if you are showing best results, you will get the best compensation package or something like that. To achieve the best results and motivate the increase efficiency, wages have to be productivity based. So in order to motivate them to work well, it has to be purely based upon productivity. So there has been a trend towards gearing wage into increase the productivity, gearing wage increase to productivity increases. So high wages and low costs are possible only when the productivity increases appreciably. So high wages and low costs. So if only when the productivities are high, they'll be able to provide the cost with an optimal, they'll be able to provide the product with the optimal cost. Like job requirements may be graded in terms of a relative degree of skill, effort, and responsibility. And what are all the basic job requirement, and what is your like potency the potency of an employee for that job. So the job occupational wage differentials in terms of hardship, difficulty of learning, and then the stability of employment, responsibility of learning the job, and change for success and or failure in the work. So it might be according to the skill based, and also the potency that is that is purely based upon an employee. So regarding pertaining to that, they pay him that package, and they decide upon the package. So these are all personal factors. So what are all the employee related factors that contributes to the compensation framework? Okay, several employees related to factors interact to determine the remuneration. These include performance, seniority, experience, potential. Performance, the productivity is always rewarded with pay increase. Rewarding performance motivates the employees to do better in future. So seniority, as you know, how much his work experience is. So how much time period he has served the organization. So unions view the seniority as the most objective criteria for pay increase, whereas the management prefers performance. Yeah, trade unions and everything, and unions, labor unions will consider the seniority, because I've been serving your organization for these many period, like these many years, and you don't consider me for the compensation package. It will be the grievance address, put forth by the from the labor side. But the organization would argue, it might have its own thing, like how much you are productive. That would be the most evaluated criteria for an organization. But here it is for the labor unions, it might be the seniority. So experience makes an employee gain valuable insights and is generally rewarded. So it's also depending upon the experience, your experience towards that job skill, I mean designation, and your fluency towards that like job or everything. It also depends upon that. The potential. Organizations do pay some employees based on their potential. Young managers are paid more because of their potential and to perform if they are short, even if they are short of experience. Some organizations, recognize the potency of an employee. So they don't go up based upon seniority. They go upon seniority or experience. They go upon the potency. How productive they are, how efficient they are, how is their approach towards an particular issue or something like that. Then how do they handle that situation. So pertaining to all these factors, the organization decide upon the compensation package. So organizational politics. So what is organizational politics? Compensation surveys, job analysis, job evaluation, and employee performances are involved in the wage and salary decisions. Political consideration may enter into the equations in the following ways. Determination of firms included in the compensation survey. So managers could make their firm appear to be a wage leader by including in the survey those organizations that are pay followers. So they are like pertaining to the pay, and they pretend as though they are like wage leaders, and then they are being recognized. So choice of compensable factors for the organization of evaluation plan. Again, the job value which is determined, that also could be manipulated in various constraints. So these are all the internal politics that are incurred for an inward politics that are prevailing in an organization. So emphasis placed on either external or internal equity. So it will be based upon the equity that are pressurized by the internal or the external side or something like that. So results of the employee's performance appraisal may be intentionally distorted by the supervisor. So there will be some intentional intentional attack towards an employee or something like that by the supervisor or something. So that's a sound and an objective compensation system may be destroyed by the organization. So organizational politics may also be a destructive factor which can be which can affect the compensation framework. Right? So evaluation of a compensation package. How do they evaluate a compensation package basically? So with the changing organizational structures, workers' need and compensation systems have also been changing. So if it is the organizational structure is being renovated and everything, the compensation packages also has to be renovated on yearly basis or something like that, as per the laws. And it all depends upon the external factors and all the internal factors also. They keep renovating it all and rejuvenating it for best results in order to keep their employees inclined towards the organization. From the bureaucratic organization to the participative organizations, bureaucratic organizations, that is office, some on-desk thing organizations, to the participative decision-making organization, which include workers in their decision-making issues and everything. Employees have started asking for rights and appropriate compensation. So the employees have been fighting for their own rights for getting availing these compensation benefits. The higher education standards and higher skills required for the jobs have made the organization provide competitive compensations to their employees. So these also been enhanced by the higher education standards, higher skills incurred by the employee and everything. Compensation strategies derived from business strategy. So business strategies, what are all the business strategies formulated, it also aids to the compensation strategy. So business goals and objectives are also assigned with the HR strategies. So HR, everything is hand in hand, it's knitted, closely knitted, because if one department is if you are framing one, there is a policy for compensation and there is a policy for HR making. Like everything, there are some strategies. So it is closely knitted. This is if you are like making changes in this affects this, and like it's like closely knitted. Fine. So the compensation committee or the concerned authority formulates the compensation strategy. So who formulate the compensation strategy? Like compensation committee and the concerned authorities who are being designated for that particular like compensation framework, like for designing the compensation framework would design this policy. So it depends upon both the external and internal factors as well, the life cycle of an organization. So it all depends upon the organization's nature and life cycle and everything for the compensation package to be renovated or like evaluated on a periodical basis. So next, going to the compensation responsibilities. What is a good compensation package and what all should it serve? Okay, a good compensation package is important to motivate an employee to increase his organizational productivity. It should obviously its motive is to motivate the employee. So the compensation helps in running an organization effectively and accomplishing its goals. Salary is just a part of compensation system. As I told you, it's a part of compensation, financial aid for the compensation system. The employees have other psychological and self-actualization needs, as in Maslow's hierarchical theory. So they have to have some psychological and self-actualizational needs to fulfill this. And the most competitive compensation will help the organization to attract and sustain the best talent. So how well is your compensation package designed that will retain the most talented employees in the organization? So it depends upon basically it depends upon that. So it should like thrive to maintain its talented employees and retain its talented employees, and to avoid the turnover of the employees. So companies want to attract, retain, and motivate brains to meet objectives. Humans are companies' assets. So humans are the main assets of a company or an organization. So they need to be efficiently or effectively managed. In order to retain these human minds, an efficient compensation package is obviously needed for a company. One of the tools that the companies use to attract, retain, and motivates its employees is the compensation management. If there is a best compensation management for an organization, and it also helps in retaining the human brain, good human assets for a company. So next, moving on to the objectives of compensation management. Then again, what are all the objectives that a compensation management should feature? So to establish a fair and equitable remuneration. So remuneration, sorry, it has to have a fair remuneration to attract a competent personnel. So skill-based attraction. So to retain present employees, to improve productivity, to control cost, to improve union management relations, to improve public image of the company, to improve job satisfaction, to motivate the employees, to increase the the self-confidence of an employee. So next, it's like, what are all the importance of or significance of compensation management? So compensation and reward system plays a vital role in the business organization. So compensation and reward system plays a vital role. So what are all its like main aspects for an organization for designing an effective compensation package? So since 4 M's, you know what are all 4 M's? Men, material, machine, and money. Men has the most important factor. As I told you, human asset is the most important asset for an organization. It is impossible to imagine a business process without men, though it is more computerized and it's more technically, it has been machine aided for all the companies. Some human, these has to back up with some human assets so that it has an efficient, production. So every factor contributes to the process of production or business. It expects returns from the business process, such as rent is the return expected by the landlord. So what is the basic thing? They've given an example. What is the basic landlord's expectation from his people? It's a rent which they give to him. Capitalist expects interest to the interest and the organization, etc. Capitalist expects interest and organizer. So it's like, what are all the capitalist expectation and all stuff? Like, it's a basic example. Entrepreneur expects profit. Similarly, the labor expects wages from the process. So labor plays a vital role in bringing about the process and production business in the motion. So other factors, being human, has expectations, emotions, ambitions, and ego. So despite them having all these things, it is all about bringing about production and business. So labor therefore expects to have a fair share in the business. So again, it comes to profit sharing after some period of time. So therefore, a fair compensation system is must for providing business, is must for every business organization. So a fair compensation system will help in the following. An ideal compensation system will have positive impact on efficiency, and also the results produced by the employees. So if it is an ideal package, it will always aid a positive impact. So it will encourage the employees to perform better and achieve the standards fixed. So target or benchmark fixed. So if they have a benchmark, they will surely achieve it if they are happy with the employer's reward, if they are happy with the employer's compensation package or the organization's compensation package. So it will enhance the process of job evaluation. It will also help in setting up an ideal job evaluation, job rotation, job specification. Everything are the terminologies that has to be studied in the HRM subjects, which I think you would be well versed with all these terminologies, and the set standards would be more realistic and achievable. So only when you are like through and well versed with all these things, like you can like understand the further forthcoming subjects. So the terminologies for these like HR terminologies and everything is important for you to understand all these concepts. So such a system should be well defined, and it should be uniform. That is most important. Like, it should be uniform. It will apply to all the levels of organization as a general system. So it has to be applicable to all levels of organization. The system should be simple and flexible so that every employee would be able to compute his own compensation receivable. So it should be transparent, so that how come you receive, like if you have received some compensation incentive, might be a monetary or non-monetary, it should be computable. Okay, it cannot be like with politics, it cannot be behind some politics or something like that. So the employee will ultimately land up in some unhappiness, and he won't be able to work again or work further. So an ideal compensation system will have positive impact, as I told, and it will enhance the job evaluation, as we saw earlier. Such a system should be well defined and uniform. The system should be simple and flexible so that the employer would be able to compute his own compensation. Actually, I told you this has been repeated, sorry. So we'll move on to principles of compensation. So what are all the principles that are formulated for, that are lying behind the compensation package? So compensation policy should be developed by taking into consideration of the views of employers and the employees, the consumers and the community. So employers, employees, consumers and the community are all the partakers of framing an effective compensation policy. So compensation policy or wage policy should be clearly defined to ensure uniform and consistent application. So in order for it to be uniform, it should be very clear and consistent. It has to be, in order for it to be consistent and uniform, it has to be very clear, and it has to be very there should be no ambiguity inside the policy making. So compensation plan should be matching with overall plans of the company. So it should be inclined with the organization's vision and mission, as I told you. Compensation plan should be a part and parcel of financial planning. So there should be some financial, inclination, so that the compensation package is given should not mismatch with the financial side also. So management plan should be uniform, the wage, salary related policies to their employees. So it should be uniform in this aspect also. All wage and salary related decisions should be checked against the standards set in advance in the wage and salary policy. So it should all comply with the policies formulated. So if it is the policy is different, and if your formulation package is different, then it will cause chaos in your system. So both should be inclined with each other. So to manage compensation related matters, adequate information data should be developed and stored for future planning and execution. So to manage compensation, you have to have adequate database in order to backup for it. So if you don't have any proper backup or database based upon the formulated compensation package, then it will also cause chaos there. So compensation policy and program should be reviewed and revised periodically in conformity with the changing needs. As I told you, the external factors which keeps changing, and internal factors also keeps changing, and the nature of employees also keep changing. So you also need to revise the compensation package. So compensation design, system design issues. What are all the design issues faced during the formulation of a compensation package or a system? Compensation design determines the value of specific properly executed accomplishments towards the achievement of desired outcomes. So in order to frame a proper a compensation package, it has to be executed and accomplished towards some goal or the outset or the objective. It has to be having a clear set of flowchart for framing this. So it should foster a productive and an equitable long-term relationship among the members and between each member and the organization. So it should always be productive and equitable, and it should also have a good long-term relationship between the members. The process begins with identifying desired outcomes for the organization and operating unit. So it is also pertaining to the outcomes and the operating unit decisions also. Compensation is based upon the achievement of results that are critical to organizational success, which is an important factor to organizational success. So it is very important for an organizational success criteria. It is an important criterion for an organizational success. So attracting retaining and motivating employees in business environment requires utilizing a host of tools, including base pay, incentives, equity, and performance management and benefits. So attracting and retaining and motivating employees, again, it is also it should have a proper hold with these aspects like base pay, incentives, equity, management, performance management, and benefits, etc. So no universal standard program exists that can meet every organization's needs. So it is tailor-made according to organizations, because every organization is different. It's different in its own aspects. So it has its own policies, it has its own top management issues, it has its own top management visions and missions. So you have to it has its own formulations. So you can tailor make only according to the organization's nature. So you cannot have a basic uniform strategy for the whole organization. So it depends. Okay. In order for the total reward program to work, it must fit the organization's culture and strategic initiatives and compensation objectives. So the total reward program, in order to have a totality, it should have a gist of everything. It must fit the organization's culture, strategic initiatives, and all compensation objectives also. So it must have everything in mind while formulating this. And the issues faced is that some organization doesn't have all these in mind, and so you will have some tough task in uttering to that needs and grievances of the employees. So objective would be basic objective after having all these issues in mind. External competitiveness to recruit and retail, to reward performance through salary without grade promotions, rewards for skill acquisition, internal equity among employees, pay for the person rather than just the job, built-in controls and cost constraints, an understandable and equitable system, parallel carried paths which are like equal, and technical employees, flexibility to adapt quickly to market changes, so adaptability, management flexibility to assign range of duties. So these are all the objectives framed pertaining to the after like revising all these issues in mind. So process of compensation design. What is the proper flow chart for designing a compensation package? Process, determine the critical goals for the organization. So what are all the critical goals that that an organization is having? Then translate the critical goals into realistic performance expectations. So how is it? How it can be converted to realistic mode? Then establish specific performance responsibilities. So you have to be specific with the goals. First, you are like having critical goals, and after that you are transforming it to performance expectations. So then it has to be which is real practicable, practicably applied. Then it has to be more specific. Then develop accurate performance measures. So what are all the parameters for measuring all these things? You have to measure. Develop all these things. Then after that, compensate employees for results and value received. So it's like feedback, right? Compensate employees, and after the pertaining to the results and everything, you revise it again. So this is the flow chart which is designed for the process which is followed for designing a compensation package. So I think we should stop with this, sir.
Yes, ma'am. You can stop.
Sir, because I think this is too much. After that, like
Yeah, you can stop. Stop, ma'am. It's enough.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, everyone.
Student, now go for lunch break. You just come and join at 2 o'clock. The session will start at 2 o'clock.
Sir, okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You all. घर का कुछ बाहर आ गया अरे बाहर हम जाओ हमसे कुछ लाएंगे क्या हाँ इधर कुछ हाँ 4 बजे नहीं आ रहा अभी तो मेल गया नहीं है बोला 2 बजे तो आ ही जाता है तब देखिए आज अभी तो मेल आया नहीं कल तक का मेल वोडाफोन से आ गया वोडाफोन को मेल गया रोज क्या नया अभी लोग तो गड़बड़ा जाता है पीएनबी का भी नहीं है पीएनबी का पीएनबी का भी
लीन तो सुनी हूँ, एलिगेटिव लीन याद नहीं है सर। लीन फर्स्ट होता है क्या? वही तो। मेरा हाल हो गया धोबी का कुत्ता ना घर का ना घाट। अच्छा इसको पेपर कैसे दूंगी? 27, 28, 29, 30, 27, 28, 28 संडे हो गया ना। 29, 29 को आ सकते हैं। 30 मंडे को भी है, 30 को भी है। 2 एग्जाम लगातार। कॉम्पनसेशन मैनेजमेंट 3 तारीख को है, 5 तारीख को है। 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 10 दिन हो गया। लिंक नहीं है। दो ही डिफरेंस है सर, एक पोसेशन और एक ओनरशिप इसमें। प्लेज में हाइपोथिकेशन कुणाल सर, प्लेज हाइपोथिकेशन का वही डिफरेंस ही है, पोसेशन ओनरशिप बस। हाइपोथिकेशन में पोसेशन नहीं होता है, प्लेज में पोसेशन होता है।
coordinating.
Good afternoon, students. Now the session is human resource information system. Will be handled by Dr. S.S. Reddy, sir. And I think you will enjoy this class. Thank you.
Good afternoon, students. One can respond. Anyone?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. S. Sundaramurthy Reddy. I will be handling a very important topic in HR elective. Since you have come to the end semester and a lot of changes in technology has taken place, this topic is going to be a very important topic to you. And some of you practicing HRs will already be knowing this information. It's only for understanding. I have just brought it. You know, this contains 5 units. As you know, every subject has got 5 units. Each unit has got 5 subunits. So I'll just give you an overview of what HRI is concerned, how it has become very important. When I started my career in 70s, such information was not available. It was known as personal manager. Only you will be sitting in the, she or she will be sitting in his room, and only they will give appointment letter, and in between they give appreciation letter, and at the time of retirement they give you thank you service letter and final check. But now HR plays a very important role in modern management, whether it is strategic planning, whether it's financial planning, manpower planning, new product launch, and any other information, database, every other thing is maintained by HR. You have multiple tasks to be carried out by your, if you have taken up HR as a subject or as your job. So what is information about it. You all know, most of you have received all the textbook and study material from us. We have 5 units. I'll just give you a brief intro about the first unit. The first unit contains the role of HR, how we collect the information from the data, what is the role of information technology. As you know, we are studying a subject called change management. Change is constant. We have to adopt change management. In fact, I'm sitting in front of the in Pondicherry University on a rainy day to see that within these 8 hours, what best we can do and help you out, because we are learning in a distance mode. We will try to give the best blessings as a director. We have made all the elaborate arrangements to reach you. And well in advance, we will send you the timetable, the name of the faculty, and the time, everything is given to you. So this information role, right? This is what you'll be doing inside the company, the role. You will know about the employee, the date of joining, their training and development needs, finding out the needs, performance appraisal, programming, and you have an information-based system about how many people are working and what are the systems available in that. Initial one to start was ERP, then came SAP, then we have Oracle Financials, and our own Indian version is Ramco Cements, which have introduced Ramco Marshall, data input, output, and screens. And the other one which is picking up in the international market is EHRM, which is Electronic Human Resource Management. The second unit contains about the data formats. How do you enter the data in the format, entry procedures, how do you store, how do you retrieve the data? These are all, we call it data mining, warehousing, and mining in computer terms. Some of you are engineers, you must be knowing that. And then transaction processing. Now, the latest one which has come up is cloud computing. So that's the latest concept. So you as students should always update your knowledge. As we at this age are updating our knowledge using the technology we have to use. And what is the customs and concepts and mechanisms you are going to use in the standard software, and how we can customize your software. For example, if you are running a hospital, your information should be about the nurses, their report duty, night duty, shift duty, and their allowances, their leave facilities, and maternity facility. You will be compelled to know all these statutory benefits to be given to the staff. You are already studying labor laws in another subject, in another area. So I'm sure you should be aware of it. ESIC rules, PF rules, gratuity rules, retirement benefits, how to suppose the employee is not behaving properly, how to correct him. You cannot remove him straight away. We have got something called show cause notice, and then give inquiry, and then only you can put him with the person guilty or not. So we have a lot of rules to be followed, and this all will be helpful to you. That's what Unit 2 is about. And Unit 3, am I okay or very fast? Anyone student?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, you can catch up with my speed. We have a limitation to finish up in HR, so you have to catch up with me. I'm making it very simple for you. Third unit contains of, as a HR, you'll be planning, you'll be recruiting, you'll be selecting, you're basing them, and the performance appraisal system is a repeat of what you have studied in the first semester and second semester. There are 5 types of performance appraisal, just to recap. One is, first one was that what you call 2-tier performance appraisal system, 360-degree appraisal system, 2-way appraisal system, and confidential report system in government agencies. But the system is slowly, CR is going away. Now it's all discussed with the individual and told these is the performance, this is what is needed, this is what the areas are you have to develop. So you try to find out what are the training and development needs of the candidates and organizations working in a multiple department organization, and how you pay and cash and incentives and the related dimensions regarding the financial part of it also has been touched upon in third unit, and how this information system helps you in your planning of financial benefit to your staff. And whenever a person joins this company, you have to give them the organizational structure, the policies, the rules, process and procedure, and the communication. Previously, during our period, I'm talking about time 70s and 80s, it is that I am telling you, you do it. Nowadays, it is collective decision-making process. Now, we invite, though I was a dean, I used to call and the advisors and suggestions from my own colleagues, and I used to pick up nice suggestions and try to implement in it. That's the organization culture. The culture is changing. Previously, it is one instruction. Now, it is a collective decisions taken, and the power means power, politics would have studied in organizational behavior. Wherever there is power, there will be politics. So you as a HR manager should pick up only capture the information which is responsible for the growth of the company, and you have to study the behavioral patterns as HR manager of the staff and other managers who are working in the organization, because you have to do not annual appraisal, you have to do quarterly appraisal. Sometimes it is some other company's latest thing. What is coming up abroad is weekly appraisals are coming up. So as the culture is changing, the organization culture is changing, the information technology is flowing, and you can store all this information, and it helps you in decision-making process. Whether the staff needs training, whether the staff needs the other information, any motivation is needed, personal counseling is needed, all this will be covered. And I'm sure you would have studied in organizational behavior in subject, the motivational theory, where you have Maslow's, Abraham's hierarchy theory, or two-factor theory, right? All these things will help you in making decisions. That's about fourth unit. Fifth unit is whatever data you have. We are seeing that cyber attack is taking place in all the models. So that talks to you about security data of whatever you have got in the organization. All the information need not be known to all. That's why we call in management information level. So information level is that some of the levels are maintained by the top management, corporate level. Some is passed on to middle level. Some is passed on to the operation level. You would have studied this in strategic management. 3 layers it is there. Corporate level, middle level, and operate level. Right? Am I clear? So this is what is all about your 5 units. Any doubts so far? Any one student can answer.
No, sir.
You are okay? Shall we start with unit wise? See, my way of handling will be, it will be exam oriented, it will be student centric, and I'll give every class 5 minutes for you to put your queries in chat box. I'll also give my mail ID later, so you can mail me. If at all, if we're considered the time, then you can also mail me or WhatsApp to me. WhatsApp number also I'll give you. Okay, but please use the facility which is given to you judiciously. That's my request to all of you. Right? Shall we?
Yes, sir.
We checked all the 5 units.
Yes, sir.
Now let's start. Let's start the first unit, learning objective. If you want to know what is the definition of HRS, why it is important in modern management, how do you collect the information, from where you collect the information, how do you have the flow chart in your organization? All the organizations will have a flow chart, right? And what are the software packages available? And these are all you must be knowing. Employee ERP and SAP and Oracle's and Ramco Marshall. These are some of the softwares available for storing all the data about your staff. This is the objective of the first unit. I think I'm sharing the slides with you. Are you in a position to see it?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
It's clear? My voice is clear. Am I audible? Number 1.
Yes,
Can
sir.
you see the slides? Number 2. It's all there in your text material. Don't worry. Shall I go ahead?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Why we need all this information as HR? First one, very important one is we have to know how many people we are going to hire. For example, I'll give you an example of Reliance industry. Reliance launched Jio, right? Reliance launched Jio means for launching Jio, they have to have marketing people, personal managers, showroom managers, license officers, advertisement managers, all these departments have to be there. What is the ratio which they are going to take? So that's what is the first one. Hiring statistics, hiring rate, how much is going to cost the company, and how you have to project to the management and get the approval, then only start your hiring process, right? And the second point, the most important point is happening especially in IT industry, turnover. Turnover means how many people are leaving abruptly in 1 or 2 years of service. I have put in a service of 20 years in a company as a marketing manager, only one company, whereas my son, within 3 years, has shifted 2 companies. So he calls me a fool. But our days, being loyal to the company was considered to be a very important asset. Nowadays, it is the turnover, what we call job hobbying in HR terms, job hobbying. There's one job to other job, whoever pays better, it goes up. That I'm sure we'll be studying in this artisan, the word which you are using in HR, in some other area of HR book, it comes artisan rate, how to retain talent. So turnover. The recent statistics of NASCOM says in IT industry, the turnover or the artisan ratio is around 18%. That means 100 people join in a year, 18 people are leaving. So that's a main problem which most of the IT companies are facing. So as a HR manager, you have to find out why people are leaving, and is it because of compensation benefits, or for that you have to conduct the exit interview. The latest one which has come called exit interview. Before sending a person out of the company when he's going out, you have to conduct an interview called exit interview. I don't know how many of people are aware of it. Exit interview. Is it being conducted if you're working in an organization? Why you are leaving, what for you are leaving, what the benefit other companies are giving, are you not happy with the working atmosphere, the culture of the organization, or the change process what you have brought in. All this comes under the exit interview. You can collect information, and we have also another problem called employee complaints, discrimination of sex, harassment at workplace, safety for that. You have studied, I'm sure you have studied this safety, health, and welfare in the first semester. I'm sure you have studied this, or second semester, if I remember correctly. The employees norm, ESA benefit, gratuity benefit, Industrial Dispute Act, all these things were studied. In that, Factories Act comes. In Factories Act, you have to consider about safety, health, and welfare. The next point is, how do you give the promotion? See, career stagnation is the biggest problem for most of the people leaving the organization. So we have to have a career advancement plan. So as a HR, the promotion and practices, the career advancement practices and trends, it is what is collected from the data, achievers, performers, good performers. I'm sure all of you would have heard about the new flash news yesterday which happened in the international market. The best teacher award has gone to one Indian. Have anybody heard about this? Can you name
Yes,
the
sir.
person?
Sudha something, sir.
Yeah,
Sudha.
please. Can you come again?
Sir,
Yeah?
it's Sudha something, sir. Sudha. Mrs. Sudha.
No. Yesterday they announced the best teacher award. I think it carried about 5 crores or 8 crores is a international award for the best teacher award. It's a North Indian. I just can't recall. I just was watching the movie in the morning. I got it in WhatsApp. If you want, I can put it later. The announcement of the final award for the best teacher in the world. An Indian, you should be proud. We all should be proud that Indian has been selected for the best teacher award. I'll try to share it later in your group once my lecture is over. So we have a group. We'll do that, okay? And human resource budget. So we are going to hire so many people. How much is going to cost the company? How much is going to initially the expenses involved on this? All these are needed for the HR manager, right or wrong? How many people we are going to recruit? How many people are leaving? What is the salary we are going to give? Why they are leaving? What problems they are facing in the organization? Is there a discrimination among the race, culture, between one state to other state? People are not treating you properly. Is there any harassment in workplace? And safety is there in our place? All these points has to be listened to them. Employees' grievances has to be listened to them. You have to, as a HR manager, listen to them, try to resolve it. Listen and resolve is the HR policy, right? And each staff, based on their performance, you get the promotions, the advance increments, bonuses, productivity linked bonuses. All these are from this database only you get it, right? And whenever you want to introduce a new product and whenever you want to expand your business, you need human resources for that. How much is going to give cost the company? It has to be given in the form of budget. This is the role of, the question comes like this. Already you have come to 4th semester, you know about part A, part B, and then you have part C, you have a case study, right? So if you can, when you write your answer sheets in 44 pages, please try to utilize the 44 pages. You are paying for it. 44th page, you keep it for rough work, for case study writing something or don't write anything in the answer sheet. Answer sheet, sorry, so the question paper, if you write anything, it tends someone to copying. You should not write anything in the question paper. You take your answer sheet, use the last page, 44th page for rough work. As for a case study or immediate, some points coming to your mind, you can make a note of it. Finally, you can cut it off. Okay, this is a piece of information with my experience with the DDE for the past 20 years. I'm sure you'll appreciate it. All of you are now aware of the data information needs of HR manager, the few points. When you write your answer sheet, these are bullet points. You have to elaborate, hiring statistics, underline. What is the acceptance rate? What is the hiring rate? Explanation for this has to be given in 1 or 2 lines. Turnover means what? That has to be given. Compensation means financial compensation, non-financial benefits that should be mentioned. Exit interview, what you want to get from the exit interview. You have to write for each point, bullet point, you have to write 2 or 3 lines explanation. If it comes in B part question, then only you will get the maximum marks possible, right?
Yes, sir.
Next slide, please.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I just told you next one, we'll go. Next slide. What are the subsystems available in the HIRs? You have administration, as I just talked to you. You have the time and attendance form. Nowadays, you got one. Now, latest one has come is with facial expression, because I am a chairman of a medical college board here in ethics board, where you have to show your face, then only the attendance will be marked. Facial recognition. You know mobile phone, right? Some of them are having password like that. So if you can see this chart, whenever you write the exam, and the questions are asked for, you have to depict your answers like this flow chart what I showed. You can just simply go through for a minute. It's all understood. Pension, gratuity rules you have studied in second semester. Performance evaluation appraisal, you are studying and studied in HRD and second semester. Organizational management, you are studying, that is change management, another change is coming. That's
Yes.
you call that, organizational design and development is another subject for you. Recruitment process also been discussed. Health and safety also has been discussed. Yeah? You're clear now?
Yes, sir.
This subsystem you are seeing is all what I just discussed. What is employment equity? What is the share? What is the role he is going to play? As administrator, what is the compensation you are going to pay? How we are going to maintain good employer-employee relationship? How we are going to take care of health and safety, which is studied again in the second semester? And time and record attendance should be there. And payroll. In payroll, you know about it. You give the fixed DA, basic and other allowances, educational allowance. You know, some of you are working, you know about how the pay slip is created. There are two types of DA. One is known as fixed DA, other one is called variable DA. Fixed DA means the salary will remain fixed. Whereas variable DA, if you got, it depends on the cost of living index is given by government by every month 21st to all the organizations, and then they can pick up based on that. You can work the dearness allowance and it goes. Training and development is a very important subject for you. A separate book is a separate subject is taught for you. Knowledge management, I am sure you'll be reading now in this area, is very, very important. All the staff members should be developed in knowledge management. When I authored the book called Knowledge Management, I had to write to Microsoft because they're the first people to start knowledge management. I have taken permission from Celia and I just started because when you take permission, only you can take their matter and put for printing for that. So knowledge management is one of the subject in 4 semesters for you. You can learn a lot in that. Performance evaluation already you have studied. And recruitment and application tracking, you know that latest one, many types of recruitment processes are there. You can go to a campus where you can pick up from one place. You can go for some of the important websites like Naukri.com, Presence.com. From there you can pick up. So I will not tell you much about it, how the recruitment process takes place. And finally, at the end, when a person leaves the organization, what is the benefit he's going to get? These are the subsystems in the HRS. Are you clear with this chart?
Yes, sir.
How do you do it? There are different departments you should maintain. What is the records you should maintain? You should maintain a complaints record. That means statutory acts. What are the statutory acts which you should know? You know the Factory Act if you're running a manufacturing factory. If you're running an organization, you know the Companies Act. If you're working in a partnership company, you should know the Partnership Act. You should have the complaints complete. There are 36 documents needed for a company or an organization to run. All these to be maintained separately. Are you complying with that? Now, if you are running in a manufacturing unity which is going to give pollution to the market in the atmosphere, you should have a clearance from Pollution Control Board, Sewage Control Board. So, like that, the complaints report is mandatory for you as a HR manager to maintain in your department. And talent management is one thing which I just mentioned to you, how to retain talent attrition. Talent management is also a subject which has been discussed in another area of 4 semester book for you. And strategic management, you already studied. What is the strategy you are going to use? That should be recorded and kept there. And forecasting and planning is another one what we studied in finance. What is going to be the expected sales? What is the expected number of people to work for that? What is the plan? Is it going to be monthly planning? Is it going to be quarterly planning? Is it going to be a weekly planning? All this should be maintained in this information chart. And then based on that, all these problems, you take a decision. With the help of the CEO or the team of higher officials, the organization with the corporate level, you sit along with all the people as a HR person. Previously, I repeat, the personal manager means only giving appointment letter and giving retirement letter. But you, in modern era, in strategic human resource management, you have every other important role to play. You have to record, you have to recruit, you have to award them, you have to reward them, you have to promote them, you have to counsel them, you have to take care of safety and welfare, you have to take care of complaints of all the necessary basic expectations of the government, and all this based on that, we have to take some decisions. So for that decision making, these are some of the records you have to maintain in your human resource system. This is very, very important. What is that is going to this information system can do for you? It can create and maintain employee records. When he joined, see, for example, in our company, we created, in my organization where I worked as Dean Management Studies, I created a database of all the staff members on their birthday or their wedding day. A surprise gift will be given to them as they enter itself. So when you maintain a record, it gives you immense data pleasure, and a small gesture from your part can create and motivate the employee very well. And also we used to have another concept which has not been there in the textbook, known as quick click and give. As he or she enters the office, take a camera, it can take the photograph of the particular person and immediately give a printout, and then under that all the employees will sign happy birthday or happy marriage day, whatever it is, right? 25 years of service or 20 years of service, 5 years of service, or congratulations on your promotion. These are some of the things which help to, if you can have the employee records. Birthday greetings, wedding day greetings, all these things are accomplishment, some records created, all these things. I already mentioned about the legal complaints, and it will help you in forecasting and planning the future organizations. And also you will know how to manage your organization. As I told you, you are in all forms of programs of a company. Financial budgeting meeting, you will be called. You will be part of it. Strategic planning, you will be called. Man resource planning, you will be called. You are the person you have to give presentation. Policies and procedure, you are the person you will explain to all the company people, including the CEOs. Everything you will do. There is one I put within bracket, which I am sure you have been studying in another one book, but I'll just touch upon the succession planning. For example, how many of you know Tata? Mr. Tata has planned his retirement 4 years before, and he's picked up his successor and trained him for 4 years. But of course, it has become a failure for him, unfortunately. And Mr. Narayanamurthy of Infosys, he also had a succession planning. Who else will replace him? All of you know that 4 people joined and started the company Infosys in an apartment in Pune. Okay, then it became a world-class company now, employing 1,50,000 people across the globe. So they have a succession planning. After me, who? So 3 years. That's what is known as succession planning. It's again A part question or B part question. You can just prepare yourself. And it will also gives you what is the plan of the organization. You know, strategic planning is a very important one. You know, in planning, you have got the strategic management second semester book. If you recall, in strategic management, we say objective of the company, short objective, long objective, procedures, and then rules, regulations, all these things, you have to plan it out. All this can be created from the records, and also helps in giving this information to the managers who are responsible for key decision-making process, right? So these are the data from which you will get the decision-making process. So this is quite fast. We can go basic information, name, address, phone number, compensation report, how much you was getting, how much salary we can give, and performance, how many times you have evaluated his performance, what is his absence. Because there is one great example which I studied, which I want to mention to you as a case study, is when I was working in Chennai as a dean, myself and my other student joined, and Britannia Industries, they had a problem. They had got a unit at Ambattur in Chennai. Those who from Ambattur know about it. Others are for the benefit of all, it's a part of Chennai, Ambattur Industry Estate, Britannia Manufacturing Unit was there. The contract laborers were absenting themselves on Monday regularly, many of them, 70 to 80% regular basis. So they should be paid or unpaid, is the question. So we are asked to work out on why this absenteeism is taking place. It's a real-time project we have done in Britannia Industries. They were paying cash to all the people, workers, on Saturday evening. And because the cash was given, these people are misusing the cash and not handing over to the better off at home or not carrying the full cash to home. That was our observation or project report. And my students have really done the project excellently well, and they paid each 5,000 rupees for doing the excellent project in the findings. Is that reminds you this time you have to submit your project also. Here's a very important one. That I'll come to the later point of it. Last day of my class, I'll tell you about the importance of project and the marks to be obtained in that. So, on that chronic absenteeism, what we have found out is most of the people have gone to the liquor shop and spend money and then lavishly spend and not giving to the better off. So, what we have done, our suggestion the students are given, all HR students, which I approved the topic chronic absenteeism, was that the joint account should be opened in the name of the employee, and the money will not be given to them. It will be paid, it will be deposited in the account of the worker, so that the wife also will have a control. By this, the absenteeism was reduced to 20% from 70. So chronic case of absenteeism. So you have, from the record, you can find out whether you can pay them or not pay. And what are the people who are all working, number of jobs they're having, number of vacations they're taking. You know, we have got different types of leave. Now we have got maternity leave. Now we have got a new leave which has come, paternity leave. How many of us are aware of it that childbirth is not a only job of mother? The child has to be taken care of by the father.
Yes, even in banking, 15 days.
What I mean?
Paternity leave is about 15 days in banking sector also.
How many days they are giving, ma? Thank you for who is the person? Can you know from which place?
This is Pooja, sir. In banking sector, government has implemented about 15 days as paternity leave for the male also.
15 days, 1-5.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. At least these are some of the changes are coming. So you as a HR manager should be knowing this. Okay, what are the days you can give? Earned leave or LTA, LTC. We call the leave travel concession and whatever nomenclature we give it. And casual leave, notified leave, government holidays, all these things should be informed to them. And when you find the staff members are not to the expectations, you have every right to call them for, in our company, work for multinational company.
Now a new leave has been given, this child care leave, 1 year to the central government employees too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Apart from maternity leave.
Okay, thank you. Some interesting is coming. Unmute yourself and introduce yourself when you answer one person, because my flow will be going, because my concentration is for your exam orientation. You can always put it in the chat box. I told you, you can always put it in my WhatsApp number. Later, I can always give you, and you can give your feedback about my first hour, so that next hour, tomorrow when we meet, I can also modify my style of talking to you, so that you can always take it home to your point. Somebody unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, please.
Okay, sir.
Types of training, what is needed. We used to have individual discussion. We never used to discuss about the weakness of individuals in the presence of all. Individual discussion means the HR will call the person individual. If he is at fault or some of the areas where he is not good at it, we counsel them and send them for updating their skills. See, we as teachers, we update our skills. The PowerPoint presentation was not there 25 years before. The laptop was not there. At that time, it was only IBM machine, which I have seen in my company as database machine, which was as good as the big hall of a library, like. It was a big one. And we are not accepting the phone, what do you call, the technology, because we thought that many people will lose the job. It's the other way around. Technology is given lots of job. Okay. So the types of leaves, you know about it: maternity leave, casual leave, sick leave, mandatory government holidays, and restricted holidays, all these things. Some of the reports of your HRIs can contain. Okay. What are the software packages available? And you know that SAP is one which has been developed in USA and in Germany. And I think Siemens company gives you the training on the ERP. ERP is nothing but previously each department was functioning separately. Marketing chap was doing marketing job, finance chap was doing finance job, HR was doing the HR job. There is no interconnection between the departments. Let me give you one example how the information system flows in Apollo Hospital. in Chennai, how they are very popular. Suppose you go for a consultation, an X-ray is taken or a scan is taken, you need not run from pillar to post. The report is posted to the doctor where you are going to consult, and it comes online. He is in his own laptop, and then he gives his opinion. Before that, the X-ray radiologist gives his opinion, and it comes to the orthopedic surgeon if you are going to a bone specialist, if you are going to a cardiologist. So all this information are now transferred virtually online to different consultants based on the necessity of it. Like that, in a company, the payroll, the process management system, HR report system, labor force, how many are there, how many people are wanted, how many are retiring, how many we have to recruit, how training managers to be appointed, we have to source it or we have to outsource it. The concept of outsourcing has come now. We all know about MAFI. Of course, the minister now in Tamil Nadu government, MAFI was started by the ordinary person. He gave a very tongue-twisting name, MAFI, is from Sivakasi, and the company finally sold it for 350 crores. In fact, I had the occasion to attend the training MAFI, and that's outsourced. Some people are there who can come and train you. For example, I was the founder chairman of Madras Management in Pondicherry. We have a student chapter. We go and train the students in the college, and they make them corporate ready. That we have a slogan called campus to corporate. So we train the students, and recruitment, every other facility we are giving, they will not be knowing how to write the CV also. So that's one. And most important thing for you is how you manage your talent in your organization. Talent has to be recognized, talent has to be retained. All this can be used by, there are three, one I mentioned about the software available. One is SAP, the second one is SAP ERP, the second one is HRM. This is what electronically. What for we use this? Efficiency and effectiveness increases, reduces the paperwork, and the data what is available is pakka, and effectiveness, and it's amplified, and you can get the data about any employee at the click of the mouse. Advantages. The question comes to you, what is the advantage of HRIS? You have to mention. We have to first mention what are the subsystems available, how the information can be processed, how it can be retrieved, how it is going to be useful. These are three ways you can sort out your answer sheet and then give it in the B-part question. Am I clear now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Information about individual can give you a lot of importance for work culture. We talk about work culture, right? I'm sure you will be studying some other book in HR in fourth semester called Job Rotation, Job Redesign. Now we are facing in COVID situation a very peculiar situation like work from home, and the culture of not having the in the organization, sitting at home and working. It's not something new. Culture of the organization is very, very important. I can give you an example, classic example. People join Tata's only for one reason. Once you join Tata's, it's as good as a government company, you can retire. All of us know about what has happened in Taj Mahal Hotel in Bombay. The culture of the organization Tata's is men. They believe in human capital. Whenever they come out of the factory or whatever it is, now they're coming out of the factory in Hosur. I don't know how many of you are aware of it, especially for women. 18,000 people are going to be employed there. And in Hosur, it's coming up to Google search and then find out the company is going to manufacture in Tata's brand name, the components for many companies. 18,000 female workers are going to be recruited within 2 months. The work culture, I will tell you, is first thing, they want the employees to be happy. First, they give quarters, Tatas and Birlas both. And then they give compensation benefit very well. And then, as I was quoting about Taj, we have lost about 35 workers from Taj. Mr. Tata himself listed all these 35 people. It's not there in the textbook, never came in the media, but all the 35 people's children have been adopted for their education up to whichever level they're going. They have been given a fixed deposit where they get interest for their running expenses, and a huge compensation, undisclosed compensation was given to the victims of the attack on Taj Mahal Hotel. You know, the Tatas are also into services industry, service marketing, so hotel industry. That was Taj Mahal. So the culture is good means you can expect the productivity, right or wrong? If everything is good, and the productivity you can expect. One more thing I want to give information to you. Microsoft, how many of you read it in paper or not? I don't know. I mean, people have seen the World BBC News. Microsoft wanted to test. Why should we have 6 days a week? Why not we have only 4 days a week? Let us try it out. In Japan, they tried out Microsoft 4 days a week work. And the result was the productivity has gone up by 30% for the workers, because 3 days off you give them, they come fresh, they come with new ideas, innovative, and excellent work culture, which Microsoft introduced, succeeded. I don't know if they're going to introduce in the international market or not. And in this advantage, transparent, everybody knows what's happening there. And total administrative expenses comes down, and it helps you in basic and support process for all the companies, and workflow business, everything becomes very, very easy. Decentralization of the HR task also takes place. For example, when you are the head HR, you can have a training manager, you can have a change agent. When you talk about change management, you have a change agent, you have a recruitment manager, you have a liaison officer who is licensed with the government. All these subsections are also decentralized from the HR to other assistant HR managers. Clear about this slide? All of you?
Yes, sir. Okay,
yeah.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is also there. Now, don't write advantages, always use management disadvantages, or you can use one more called limitations. Limitations of the problem is illicit people can access. We are already seeing that. And errors can happen, entry errors, right? We can accept that, right? Sometimes when we do typing, I do commit some mistake. So that typing errors can happen, data entry errors can happen. These are some of the disadvantages. Normally we talk about advantages only, but to get additional mark, you should also say there are some minus points in this, right or wrong? Hacking is one, right? In fact, one of the guys who has come to my college to show the hacking, he has literally shown how he can hack some of the mails of one of his students. He took the mobile phone and demonstrated how he can hack illicit access, right? So I don't want to talk much about it. So these are some of the disadvantages.
So not exactly disadvantage, but that could be an advantage also, sir.
Which one, ma?
Hacking, sir.
Yeah. Okay. This is because of the dependent on technology. What happens is HR sometimes when there's a power failure, there's something wrong in the error, a great risk for the threat to the HR. This is another threat for the HR disadvantage. Any doubt so far in Unit 1?
No, sir.
Please just go quickly the slides so that you will understand and read. My request to all of you is the same day whenever any PCP class, personal contact program class takes place, it is only personal contact program is counseling. You should read and come and ask. That's how we started in 1998 here. Okay. Unfortunately, it has become a learning session, but still, we don't mind sharing our, using our valuable time. I just quickly go through what I have done from the first unit. Before that, I given you, you are clear about why we need, how we collect the data, what for we collect the data, what are the data we are collecting, statistics, compensation, exit interview, employee complaints, discrimination, workplace harassment, safety, other points will be taken out of the employee. Promotions, career development, career growth, job rotation, job redesigning, and all these points will be recorded. Budget and planning can be also be recorded. That's what the need of the data. The subsystems, very, very important. What are the subsystems? You can just understand, very simple for you. Administration one head. Once you select somebody, you want to pay the money, compensation benefit. And when you pay money, you should know the rules of the government. You can't be paying them, they studied in economics in the first semester, called minimum wages, fair wages, and living wages. 3 types of wages, right? That's for the unskilled workers. For skilled workers, some of the labor relations laws won't work, but you should be aware of it. But wherever the person is working, you should take care of and assure that safety is assured to them, health is important for them, and for all these things, you have to maintain the time attendance register, and based on that only, you give them the training and development. Based on the training and development, whether they are performing well in the organization or not, whether the management is done very properly in the organization, are we needing few more people to recruit, and how to pay them, payroll thing, and finally, if they're retiring, how to send them off home with the pension scheme, some other fringe benefit. We call it fringe benefits. Gratuity is one of the necessity one. Pension plan is one of the thing. And sometimes 24-hour round-the-clock insurance, some of the companies are giving. And disturbance allowance. So sometimes, you know, when I met with an accident when I was working in Secunderabad, I was bedridden for 6 months. Believe me, when I had a fall from the 4th floor top of the tank, when I was just checking up as the president of the flat owners in my flat, I slipped from that, what you call ladder, fell down, I broke my leg, left side, a marketing guy. And at that time, all these email, all these facilities were not there. And a telegram was sent to Bombay. And what company has done, this again talks about the culture of the organization. I work for a company called Hoffmann La Roche, Switzerland, is the world's #1 company. So incidentally, that's just for information. And the executive was traveling in Guntur, rushed to Hyderabad, and came and handed over 50,000 rupees cash to my wife. And from Bombay, the CEO sent a special representative with the personal manager, and they sanctioned 6-month paid leave for me because I was very, very productive in the organization. That's the culture of the organization. Not only when you are performing, you to take care of your staff, you have to take care of them when they are in trouble also. That plays a very important role. That speaks about the culture of the organization. You understand the point? So all these points you should remember. Is it very clear to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Feeling sleepy or what?
No, sir. Very
Yeah.
interesting.
Right. So this already we mentioned about you have to record and maintain, compliance report and talent management, strategic management, what is the forecast, how much is going to cost the company, and based on what decision you are going to take. That's the importance of it. And this is one what you have to create. Employee records. What are the legal complaints? What is the future need? Are we going for expansion? And what knowledge we want? Suppose now, can we think about always MS Excel? Now we are talking about from IBM machine to laptop. Now it is pumped up, and then now I'm carrying a PowerPoint presentation mobile, right? So the technology-driven area, you have to have knowledge management. It's a very important chapter for you. I'm sure in the post semester you have a book, knowledge management, and it gives inform managers to maintain good talent and also helps in decision making. This is what the reports created from HRs. Leave, jobs, number of vacancies, number of training given, number of skill wanted, what are the skill people we can hire, when we go to a campus and hire, or we can outsource it. All these decisions have to be taken based on this report. Clear? There are 3 which I mentioned. SAP, just in the textbook I mentioned about SAP is from Germany. And then you have Ramco Marshall from India. These are 2 softwares that are available for maintenance of the payroll, bringing out the payroll. Everything is maintained in the software. And is interconnected, department-wise. Advantages. I mentioned about it. Efficiency and effectiveness of the organization improves. And paperwork gets reduced. Most of the companies have become paperless office now, right? They become paperless office, so paperwork becomes. Now, I was reading Hindu paper, for example, for 30 long years. I stopped. Now I can get the Economic Times and e-paper, right? You can read and then just delete it. Effectiveness will be good. Reduce of expenses, paperwork is reduced, and HR gets all the data. And again, we mentioned about some of the advantages and disadvantages. 1 or 2, 3 points you can mention: illicit access, data entry errors, and this can lead to wrong decisions. Now, 5 minutes I'll give you to ask questions. You can see the chat box, or you can come live in first unit. What questions have we got? Yeah. Yeah, you can ask any of you. You understood the first unit? Have you at least opened the
Yes, sir.
text material? There are two things, either you understood, not understood.
Understood, sir.
Yeah, Solomon. Yes, sir, very well explained. Thank you. Thank you, Reshma.
Yes, sir.
I think you can put your feedback in the chat box once the class is over. So having understood, then we can slowly move on to the second unit, right?
Yes, sir.
Who wants to talk?
Yes, sir, we can move on.
Very nice. Okay, that you can. Nagalya Govindan. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Radhika. Thank you. Thank you, Kanimani Shivashankar. So we can go to the at least overview of second semester, second unit now.
Yes.
The first
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm sure. Yeah. We can move on to the right. Excellent, excellent. Understood. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I'll move on to the second one. Thank you. 1 second, I'll take a break for drinking water. So, thinking that 80% or 90% of you understood the first unit, we'll move on to the second unit. Okay, some important questions in the first unit. The evaluation of HRS and its importance, that can be a question. What are the subsystems available in HRS? That may be a question. What is the need for HRS? That may be a question. What are the different software available? That may be a question. What is the objective of having HRS? The needs and disadvantages may be a part of this. 5-6 questions. Normally, please understand that from each unit, there will be one A part and one B part question. So if you are thorough with, say, 4 units, you'll be in a position to pass the examination. But as a postgraduate, please understand, getting 50 marks is not at all considered to be a mark. As a PG student, you should get at least 60% average, then only you will be considered for your career growth in your own organization or career change you are thinking about it, right? Just is out of syllabus, but just I'm giving you the importance of learning process. Okay. The second unit outline I'll give you now. Ready, all of you?
Ready, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The second unit is all given in your text material in the front page. I have picked up from there only. Okay. Maybe the 8th hour I will be slightly going out of the level, see that exam orientation part of it. Now, once we complete our syllabus, we will be in a position to go for exam orientation, maybe revise the question paper 1 or 2. I request all of you to download the question paper from the website and keep it ready. And the last session, the 8th hour, will be allotted for how to guide you for answering the questions to get maximum mileage out of the study material and how to present your answer sheet. That will be my last hour, 15 or 20 minutes I will allot, because already you are a mature person. You have come to end semester. 3 semesters you have cleared and you have studied case studies, you have answered case studies. So I need not be talking about case study at all in this SEM unless until you want it. You can, if you want, you can text it. Okay. Meanwhile, you can just make a note of it in a piece of paper, wherever it is. My name has been mentioned here is Dr. S. Sundaramurthy Reddy. My phone number is 984114 48163. It's 9841148 It's my WhatsApp number. Yeah. Sundaramurthy Reddy, PDO, SUNMURTHY. Sundaramurthy, SUNBARA, MUR, Dr. Tanil. Mail ID, .org. Sundaramurthy, MURTHY, Everal, not small letters. MURTHY. I am giving the mail ID also. Sundaramurthy PDY. Sundaramurthy full name PDY mail ID. Right. Sundaramurthy DA HF. Reddy. PDY@gmail.com. Yes. Yes. Yeah. My mail ID I put in the mailbox in your WhatsApp group. Please maintain the discipline of contacting the contact timings. Maybe before 8 in the morning, after 7 in the evening, not beyond 9. But WhatsApp, if you can send it, I'm sure. Yeah, you want the PPT, Jivandam, Tanikacharam, I think it shouldn't be a problem. We will request the department, DDE will definitely send you, even I think they are planning to have the recorded version also sent to you. We will do that. Okay. Next week, you will get the first unit and second unit PPT for your group. Will that be all? It's all right. We can do it. Jivanathan, Kanikachalam, I answer your question. Thank you. I think I can send it across. No problem. Sharing the PPT is not at all a problem. See, remember, previously knowledge was stored. Now knowledge has to be shared. We call it knowledge repository. I will be studying in knowledge management subject. Knowledge, store it. Whenever you want, you take it. That's what you study in computer science now. Data, what do you call, storing, and then mine it. Whatever information you want, you take it. So that's what it is. I will be in a position to send it across. Not at all a problem. Okay, shall we proceed?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now I'll give outline for that. There is something called, which I undergone training in Switzerland when I joined the company, was known as listening skills. Whenever you wanted to walk into the classroom in the morning at 9:30 at 9, the student has got the 100% attention. That is known as tune-in period. What happens after 2 hours of continuous lecture? There seems to be a sudden decline in the listening skills of the person. That is known as tune-in and out period. And third one is totally physically present, mentally absent. That's known as tune-out period. Now, which period you are in? All of you. Anyone can answer. Tune-in period, tune-in and out period. So my lecture can change according to that. If you're in tune-in period, I can easily communicate to you. Any one person can just type it in the chat box or answer me. Tune in, tune out. Tune in and out. Tune in. Thank you. Thank you, Shambhag. I think any period very good. That should be because the DD is taking so much of strain. In spite of cyclone, weather, we are all the staff members here are cooperating, and we are also cooperating with you. You should take the best advantage of this personal contact program and should do all well. You should thank the DD director and the directorate office for that, doing the excellent work what they have done in spite of the cyclone, second depression in our place. Still, we are all keeping at the time maintaining it. That's what, when you can maintain your resources properly, I think you are a successful HR manager. Okay, tune-in period. So we can go in for, thank you. Thank you for giving the feedback, Shampag and some of you. Yeah. The second unit, if you can see, what are the formats you have to maintain in having the HRS? How do you store the data? How do you retrieve this data? How do you process and send it across to various verticals working in the organization? I mentioned about you, new product development, R&D, manufacturing, total quality management, recruitment, training, change management. So many departments are there in an organization. So you should be in a position to transact all this process to all these departments. How do you do it? How do you automate the office? So when the technology changes, you have to automatically update yourself. Another example I give to understand the automation and information technology's role now. When I bought my vehicle, can you believe me, about 30 years before, two-wheeler, there are only two products are available. One was Lambretta, the other one was Vespa. You have to deposit 500 rupees at least 1 year before and wait for your turn. After 1 or 2 years, they will send you information, your scooter has come. And you have to go and pick up your scooter. No color choice. No, just move into the showroom, walk out, and some bank fellow coming with you, giving a loan, insurance chap coming with you, everybody. One point service was not available when I bought the scooter. It was known as, at the time, we called it as we call license Raj. You have studied in first semester called liberalization, privatization, and globalization. I mean, sure, in business environment, you all recall, so you have studied in 1991, we brought in India liberalization, privatization, globalization, which brought lots of new products, lots of new technology, and lots of everything. Today, the technology is flowing everything. You can buy everything online, you can transfer money online, everything can become a great success. So, the technology plays a very important role, and how you update your company as far as the knowledge is concerned, right? So, how do you make it? The HAR is very, very relevant to the organization, and the software which you have to buy it, and all these points will be we'll be learning in second semester, second unit. All these points are clear. Data management, data format. How do you enter this procedure? How do you store the? How do you retrieve it? I will just give you an example. When the tsunami hit, and when there was a real-time floods, I'm telling you a recent time, 2015 floods. You know, you have somebody was mentioning about banking sector. She may be understanding it much better. We had Standard Chartered Bank some time back, name National Grinnell's Bank was the name, and that has disappeared. All the work of the bank has been done in Chennai. In those of you from Chennai can understand, Madras, next to passport office, you have Scope International, that's the name of the company, where the entire processing of loan throughout the world. You want about Europe, there's a Europe building. You want about African countries, they're building off-road. So all this is outsourced and done in Chennai. If the earthquake comes, I asked the HR manager, she was explaining, if the earthquake comes, how do you retrieve this, all the data? Then he said, as a stop-gap arrangement, there was another place where they kept the place where they stored the data. If something is affected in that place also, in Tamil Nadu, entire India is affected, then there is a supporting system in Singapore. So they have a backup system for retrieval and storage of things. Okay, so that's what is we have to understand. It's not the textbook; it's a practical experience I'm talking to you about. The name of the organization is Scope International. You can Google search and find out SCOPE, Scope International. It's a back office work of financial transaction of the famous company which was existing, and they do that complete data storage and retrieval of personal loan, personal data, HR data, financial advances, loan, and we call that credit rating, everything they have in that place. So the office automation helps in, and how you design the human resource information system, how it helps in decision making, and how do you analyze what are the needs of the HRM. That means how many people you want to observe in the organization, how many people you have to give them promotion, how you rotate the job rotation is one of the important things now. Job rotation you're studying, job redesigning. All these things are coming up now. Standard of software available, and is it worth investing in human resource information? This is another question which has been asked. It is really worth to invest in human resource information system. It is now becoming mandatory for all the organizations. This is what your second unit is. These bullet points what I given you. That is, I repeat for the benefit of all, data format, how you have to have a format for each one, how do you entry all these procedures and processes you have to know, how do you store the data, and whenever you want to retrieve the data about an individual, how do you retrieve it, how do you process and inform to other various multifunctional departments in a large organization like Tata's or say about Reliance, how do you communicate and do you process information, where is the control system you have, and this what is the role of the HR in this, and this all this information goes to the top management corporate level. They take decisions based on information. For that, you as human resource manager should find out what are the needs and concepts and the software available. This is the second unit. Sorry. Clear? These are the different topics we shall be discussing in the second unit. Very simple, ma. Collect the data, enter the data, store the data, process the data. When you want, collect the data. Simple as that. You know, in the normal thing, you just imagine. If at all, if you're going to buy clothes in a shop, what is the information you gather? Which is the best shop? How to go about it? Where can we get information about it? And how to process it? And all the same way it's applicable in the organization also. Right? So with this, each point, these are bullet points. I assure you all this will be sent to you. Because our computer professional in the department here to send you that. Why we need HRS? Again, a B-part question. It is important because it can give you a mileage of the resource management plan. HRM, HRD, we saw that human resource management plan can give you, and you can increase the efficiency, and you can give them the training and development, which is regular periodical updating of skills. We call that skill development. I'm sure some of you must be knowing the government of India is spending now NSDC, National Skill Development Scheme, where more than 1,000 crores have been spent. How many of you are aware of it? National Skill Development Scheme. Okay. Employee training, development, formulation of policy and program, which I told you. Quickly, just let's run through. For information, I have 3 minutes left out. This is what I'm going to discuss in the next class. All of you, just go through the text material which has been sent by the directorate. The second you need to open up. Now, today, what's your duty is first, whatever you discussed, underline the important point in the textbook, which may be unit 1. Unit 1 from page 1 to so and so pages. What are the points we have discussed? Underline. Just give a small reading. Today, there is no T20 match, nothing, I'm sure, except that Netflix is giving free. Don't get to do that, but do that after 4 o'clock. Okay. Now, at least what we have talked about, that you just log, make a note of it. And this is what I'm going to discuss in the next class tomorrow. Data management, data format, and the entry procedure, and how you can continuously improve the procedure, and human resource process, recruitment and employment process, and what are the benefits we can give to other staff members. I have 2 minutes time to put your questions in the chat box. Thank you for the listening in the afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
No questions means I feel I'll happy to drive back my car home with a happy note that all the students who attended got the benefit of this
Yes, sir.
online lecture on HRS.
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow, same time, till the time. Thank you very much, Dr. SS Murthy. SS Reddy, we are now known as here in the academic circle short form. So I take leave from you for the next lecture to log in. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Sir, Carmuglian, sir.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Sir, you may continue.
Sir, okay, sir. So, good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Okay. So, my name is Carmuglian. I'm coming from Pondicherry University. I'm a research scholar from the Department of Management Studies. I'm doing my research currently in marketing area specialization, and I'm doing on the topic called green marketing. So I'll be handling a human resource accounting paper for all of you, as you all know. Yes. Okay. So I want something from you guys. What do you mean by human resources, first of all? So you've been selecting that elective. Okay, anybody? Okay. So you guys are elective of human resources, right? HRM, and this is your 4th semester. Am I right? Wrong?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then any idea of what is basically human resources? So let it be a dumb silence. Okay. Okay, I want to share just a video for the evolution of human resource HR. Okay. Just take a look at this. Then we'll go on to what is human resources.
अपना नाम, हस्बैंड का नाम, मदर नेम, या मोबाइल नंबर,
Sir, nothing is audible.
கார்முகிலன்
Sir, yes, sir.
நீங்க
Now, sir.
இது குரோம் ப்ரௌசர்ல யூஸ் பண்றீங்களா இல்ல மொசிலா யூஸ் பண்றீங்களா சார்?
Chrome தான் சார்.
குரோமா சார்? இல்ல ஆடியோ வரல. நீங்க ஆடியோ
Sir, it is not audible.
ஜஸ்ட் ஸ்டாப் பண்ணிட்டு ஒன்னு தடவை ஒன் செகண்ட் கொடுக்குறீங்களா சார் ஷேரிங்க? இல்ல ஸ்டாப் ஷேரிங் பண்ணுங்க. ஸ்டாப் ஷேரிங்.
எஸ்.
இப்போ ஒன் செகண்ட் ஃபர்ஸ்ட்ல இருந்து ட்ரை பண்ணுங்க சார். பிரசன்ட் நவ. பிரசன்ட் நவ கொடுங்க சார்.
எஸ் எஸ் எஸ்.
Hello. சார் முகிலன் சார்?
சார் எஸ் சார். தெரியலீங்களா?
ஓகே சரி சார். இல்ல நீங்க குரோம் ப்ரௌசர் யூஸ் பண்ணினா மட்டும் தான் உங்களுக்கு ஆடியோ வந்து வரும்.
நான் குரோம் ப்ரௌசர் யூஸ் பண்றேன். சார் ஆடிபிளா இருக்கா சார்?
நீங்க அந்த டாப் சூஸ் பண்ணுங்க சார். வீடியோ எதுவும் வரல, ஜஸ்ட் ஷேர் மட்டும் தான் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. குரோம் ப்ரௌசர்ல அந்த வீடியோ ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க சார்.
ஆக்சுவலா என்னோட ஸ்லோவா இருக்குன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். சோ
ஓகே
Sir, we'll continue classes rather than this, sir. Kindly skip this.
Okay, if it's fine, then we'll move on to the slides also.
So we didn't get audio, but we were understanding, sir.
So we'll try it for the last one time. If it's not working, we'll move on to the slides. Is it audible?
Play பண்ணுங்க சார்.
Yes.
Yes.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Is it audible?
Yes, sir. Yes,
No,
sir.
sir. Screen is not audible. You are audible.
Oh, screen is again not audible.
Yes, screen
No,
is not visible.
It's not audible.
No, sir.
No, sir. சார் கார்முகிலன் சார், ஷேர் பண்ணும்போது ஆடியோ வந்து வித் ஆடியோன்னு ஒரு ஆப்ஷன் இருக்கும் சார். எனேபிள் பண்ணிட்டு கொடுங்க சார்.
Now? Now also it's not audible. இப்போ கேக்குதுங்களா? கேக்கலையா?
இல்ல சார்.
சரி, இன்னும் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகுது.
Okay, leave it. No problem. It's okay, leave it.
ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுங்க.
No problem. So is the slides? Slides are visible.
Transmitting.
Now it's not visible.
So why?
So what was the slide are visible at least? This at least my screen is sharing. No.
வீடியோ போடுறது சார், நீங்க என்டையர் ஸ்கிரீன் கொடுங்க சார். காண்பிக்கலங்க சார்.
என்டையர் ஸ்கிரீன் தான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கொடுத்தேன், அது வரல.
இல்ல ஒரு என்டையர் ஸ்கிரீன் கொடுத்துட்டு உங்க பிபிடி நீங்க உங்க ஸ்கிரீன்ல ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க.
இட்ஸ் ஓகே.
நான் இப்போ நீங்க பிபிடி ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க சார்.
இல்ல பிபிடி ஓபன்ல தான் இருக்கு.
Visible, sir.
Now it is visible.
Yes, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
இங்க அப்படியே ஸ்லைட் ஷோ கொடுத்துருங்க சார். டவுன்ல இந்த பிளஸ் ஆர் மைனஸ் இருக்குல்ல?
Slides visible.
Okay. Correct. Yes. Continue, sir.
Okay. Human resource accounting is nothing but the process of accounting human capitals or human activities or the human intellectuals. Okay, basically, what is human resource management? Human resource, first of all, is the knowledge, creativity, talents, attitudes and beliefs of an organization, as well as values, attitude, and belief of individuals involved. So basically, the talent of a human, maybe a physical talent, a craftsmanship, or a skills-oriented worker, or knowledge-based worker, or intellectual capital, property, whatever it is. A human being as a resource for an organization is okay. Then what is human resource management? Managing that resource in an adequate way, so that it can be used very effectively, right? So to minimize the wastages, right? As to reduce the wastages, make them more efficient. So we have the term called human resource management, a process of consisting of the acquisition, development, motivation, and maintenance of human resources. Okay, I hope you all are familiar with that of what's the job, evaluation, retention, and all those stuff, right? Okay, so coming to the first thing, human resource accounting. Accounting is nothing but, in a layman term or ordinary people term, what do you mean by accounting? Accounting is a process of keeping note of all the activities carried out in an organization or in say for a family, what do you call it as an accounting process? Say for in a family or in a daily routine, we have an account for ourselves or for a family. It's nothing but the activities which are carried out in the family or by the individual, which is being noted down regularly, right? That is called as accounting process. What comes in, what goes out, basically, right? What we are going to save or what we are going to spend, what all those activities is called accounting. The same concept applies here for human resources also. Okay, that is in short called as human resource accounting. Okay, what is human resource accounting? Human resource accounting is defined as the art of valuing, recording, and presenting systematically the worth of human resources in the book of accounts of an organization. Okay, when an organization is maintaining a book of records or maintaining the actuals of the employees, what they are capable of, or what is their performance in a very structured manner, it is called as human resource accounting. Okay. What are the major characteristics of human resource accounting? The following are the major characteristics of human resource accounting. They are: it is a system of accounting in which identification of human resources is made. First of all,
sir, kindly elaborate. We are not able to understand it.
Yes. Say for example, organization is recruiting some employees for a particular job. Say for say production sector, a machine operator. Okay, there are some 10 people working in the same cadre. How do you measure the efficiency of a particular person? So how do you say that this person is very skilled or highly skilled, or this person is performing very well? So in case you want to give some appraisal or some benefits or some awards for a best performing employee, how can you do that? Unless you are going to measure his performance, unless you are going to have some knowledge about his activities, you cannot estimate a person, right? So human resource accounting is nothing but having complete detail in a structured manner of all the employees or all the human resources available in the organization. It's like something like ledger which carries all the details of your expenditures, sales or purchases or income, whatever it is. So similarly, if somebody comes in or somebody goes out, okay, what kind of a person he is, how knowledgeable that person is, how accountable that person is, how efficient that person is. Having an account of all the stuff is called human resource accounting. Say if there are some 100 or 200 employees working in an organization, having complete detail of that employees, all those 100 employees about what they are doing, what is their job nature, what department they are into, what kind of contribution they are making towards the company. Having a complete detail of the employees is called human resource accounting. Okay. Should I say that again? Is it easy to understand or it's very difficult to understand?
Now understood, sir.
Okay. Coming to the characteristics of HRM. First thing I told you, it is a system of accounting in which identification of human resources is made. To identify a person, to make a skillful person, differentiate a skillful person from a group. So once we make an accounting process, it's easy to identify a most efficient person. Okay. Then investment made in human resources is recorded. So what sort of expenses or investments are dealt with the human resources in an organization? Say similarly, like what do you call? Say like machineries, purchase of machinery or some tangible assets. Okay, making investments are recorded. Obviously, the investments made on human resources are also recorded. Okay, it's easier to have a track on that. Okay, then measurement of costs and values are made. Okay, what are the expenses or what are the values are also made. Then changes occurring in human resources over a period of time are also recorded. So this is where men may come, men may go. Yes. Whatever happens, people coming and going out of the organizations are also recorded. Okay. Then communicates information through financial statements to interested parties. This is very self-understandable. What are the basic premises of human resource accounting? First thing, as I said to you earlier, people are valuable resources of an enterprise. Okay, they are the most valuable assets of an organization. Okay, the usefulness of manpower as an organizational resource is determined by the way it is managed. Having a proper channel or having a see in production, you always have a Six Sigma or a JIT or whatever you call technical terms. Make your Kaizen or whatever. You reduce your wastages, you reduce your resources usages, you gain your maximum productions, you may make maximized profitability, whatever. Okay, what in case of human resources? There are some theories, there are some practical examples, there are some charts, layouts which supports that maximization of production in a materialistic format. When it comes in human resources, which is an intangible asset, how do you value them? How do you measure them? How do you efficiently use them? Okay. Then information on investment and value of the human resources is useful in the enterprise, right? Spending too much on what is not worth for, that is again a waste of expense, right? There is no way it's going to gain your value or going to gain profit for your organization. Okay. Actually, this slide has some connection with that video played actually. Which part of which year does this emergence of HRA was happening? Okay, I'll share you the link of that video also later. When I share this slide, I'll be sharing that link of that video also. You can go through it. Sorry for not playing that video. Again, what are the reasons for the emergence of resource accounting? Why human resources is very accurate or very essential? Why they have to be retained? What are the reasons of keeping an accounting over that? Why do we want to keep an account over that human resources? Okay. Particularly, human resources have captured HR. The term HR has been speculated over the last 1 decade in a very high manner when comparing to the past, at least. So, what is human resource accounting? Why it is so popular? First, that genuine for reliable and complete management for human resources. Okay, then second is the traditional framework of accounting is in the process to include a much set of measurement than was possible in the past. Okay. So basically two things. One is cost or expenses. The next one is value. How much do I spend for what valued product? In this case, it is a human resource. Say as a person is getting paid for some 40,000 or 50,000 by an organization or by a company, whatever. Is the value for getting paid for that 40,000 or 50,000? Okay, is that company getting good work done by that particular individual in a return? Is he earning some good profit for the company in return? Is he doing some good work for the company in return? Okay. Human resource accounting is the measurement of the cost and value of people to the organization. It involves measuring cost incurred by the organization to recruit, select, hire, train, develop employees, and judge their economic value to the organization. Okay. So the first reason for emergence of human resource accounting is the information about the human resources must be genuine and must be reliable. So we maintain it as an accounted record. Okay. The second thing, having a traditional framework, which gives us a broader view for measuring the past. Okay. What has happened in the past, we can just take a look at that accounting process and have an idea. Okay. To have an idea about the past and have genuine information about the human resources. Okay. What are the need and significance of HRA? Okay. As the saying goes, the human resource accounting is more concerned with the decision-making area of accounting. Yeah. It's very difficult to judge people by their appearance, right? So the information generated through human resource accounting can help for making decisions in the following areas, right? So we cannot judge people by simply looking at them or simply for a few days or something. It's not practically possible also. It's very difficult to do that also, right? So have proper accounting. It's helpful in making useful or main decisions or key decisions in the organization. Okay. So what are that informations related to the decisions? We'll see one by one. One is formulating policies and programs for the development of human resources. Okay. The next one is decisions regarding cost programs. Okay. Key areas where we can reduce the cost or where you can efficiently use your allocated manpower, right? Then training and development. Training and development, you all are very familiar with. Recruitment and selection. Recruitment and selection is another key factor or a key important function of HR. Right? To make it efficient, HR accounting is very useful. Then manpower planning and control. Yes. Right person for the right kind of job. Okay, manpower planning and control. Okay, conservation and reward of human resources. Conservation is retaining back the employees, not letting down. You recruit a person, give him a training, make him a skilled person, and again, once if he moves out of your organization, there is no point in recruiting him. Okay. Say like retention of employees is very, very important. Right? It cuts the cost of expenses for the company wide range, right? Okay, making between various type of human investment and investment in assets. Okay, so making a choice between various type of human investment and investment in other assets. This is another key decision. What kind of human resources can be invested in the near future or in the present situation? Okay, when compared to other assets, investing in other assets, right? These are some of the key points or decision making points, okay, where HR accounting is more reliable. Okay. So this is nothing but Denmark government has implemented this HR accounting process. If the screen is visible to all of you, kindly take a look at that first 3 paragraphs. Right? Many companies world over are making that 3 paragraphs. It's just an example of how necessary this HR accounting process is. Okay. A government by itself taking an initiative to do this HR accounting process. Denmark is following that. Okay. So human resource is always considered as the most valuable asset in the organization, right? Human brain is the most valued asset for whatever organization it is. As far as India, some of the major companies like BHEL, Bharat Heavy Electrics Limited, Infosys and Reliance Industries have implemented this human resource accounting process. Okay, and some other companies are also working on them. Okay, these are some of the Indian companies which are already taken up this HR accounting process. Okay. What are basic objectives of human resource accounting? First one is examining expenditure on personnel. How much expensive is an individual is with regard to the organization. How much expensive an individual is, one. The next one is communicate the worth of human resource. Communicating the worth or the performance of the human resource to the top level. Then it provides quantitative information of what is real or what is the actual performance or what is the actual outcome of an individual. It is very quantitative. There is no descriptive formats, no, it's very quantitative. Okay. Then it provides sound and effective basis for quality control. Okay. Say coming to quality control, monitoring employees will lead to efficiency. It's often believed that monitoring employees or having a strict control over the employees will lead to efficiency or the performance of the employees. Okay. So following that efficient control process, this HR accounting tool is useful. Okay. Provides sound and effective basis for quality control. Okay. Helps in creating goodwill. Goodwill is nothing but the trust on a particular employee or a particular individual. This person is well suited for this job, or this person can perform well in this job. That we call it as a goodwill. Goodwill of an individual about from the company. Okay, the company trusts on an individual. Okay. HR accounting helps in creating goodwill. Okay. These are the main objectives. First one is examining expenditure on personnel. Expense on an individual. How expensive an individual working is. in an organization is measured. Then community worth of resource. Okay, the third one is provides qualitative information. Fourth one is provide an effective basis for quality control. The last one is helps in creating goodwill. Okay, these are the key objectives of HRA. Come to the advantages. Main advantages of resource. Okay, information for manpower planning. It's very few. Okay, what are the demands for resource in the near future? Plan. Okay, information for make personal. Sorry, spelling personal policies. Okay, or this can be simplified like it's easy to assign goals or individual targets for a person once his performance is well observed, right? So once you have a complete information about an individual and about his performance, it is very easy for the organization to set a goal for him or set a target for him or make a frame policy for him or make him work upon some fixed targets, right? Okay, then utilization of human resources, then proper placements, then increases morale and motivation, then attracts best human resources. Okay, identifying the key performers, that's the key term, right? Attracts best human resources. Who are all the best performing assets of an organization can be identified very easily. Okay, then valuable information to investors. So once your company is performing well, once your company is doing a good business or doing a good profit, it indirectly means that you have a good team, right? So it is more reliable for the investors to invest on a company which brings them back a good profit, right? So human resource accounting also gives an valuable information to investors. Okay, an investor always aims at profit. Whatever he invests, regardless, he must get something in return, no? Okay. So what are the limitations of human resource accounting? Limitations we also call that demerits or whatever, disadvantages or whatever. Okay, what are the limitations of human resource accounting? Every activity has a good and bad side. What all we saw in the previous slide was its advantages. It was very useful in calculating human resources in various dimensions, right? What are the limitations now? How limited it is. First one is assumptions regarding employee is wrong. So whatever written in the paper, whatever documented in the paper can be wrong when compared with real time. A record about an employee can be fake also. It may not be real, right? An earlier accounted record of an employee may be fake also. Okay, which can lead to dehumanization. Then no stands for HRA. There is, and once again, there is a big issue for HR accounting is that there is no clear-cut guidelines or policies or frameworks for how an HRA process should be carried out. Okay, there is no clear-cut idea of how an HRA process or a practice should be carried out. Okay. Then the last one is life of a human being is uncertain. So we cannot prejudge that after 5 years or after 6 years, this employee will be performing this much, he will be bringing us this much profit or this much value to the company, nothing. His life is uncertain. Okay. So what are the methods or aspects which human resource accounting is carried out? Okay. So as I said you in the first 2 slides or 3 slides, 2 things basically. One is cost, second one is value. How much I am paying for that employee? Is he valuable for that cost? The second thing is, yes, cost and value, these 2 things alone. Yes. One is cost and second thing is value. So human resource accounting is basically classified into 2 types based on, first thing is human resource cost accounting. The second thing is human resource value accounting. One based on cost, other based on value. Okay. With this cost accounting, there are two different approaches. One is historical cost approach, then replacement cost approach, and opportunity cost approach. Okay. On human resource value accounting, there are some 6 models. The first one is the Live and Schwartz model, Flamholz model, Gills and Robinson's human asset multiplier model, Hamranson's unpurchased goodwill and adjusted discounted future wage model, Jaggi and Law model, Morse net benefits model. Right? These are the 6 different models carried out in based on value of human resource. Right? Human resource value accounting. Okay. Coming to human resource cost accounting. As I said, investing on human resource is also an expense for an organization, right? Investing on an individual, maybe is recruitment, maybe is training, maybe is performance measurement or monitoring, whatever you do on a human resource is also an expense for an organization. Okay, so whatever expenses we do comes under cost. Okay, so human resource cost accounting is nothing but measurement and reporting of costs incurred to acquire and develop people as an organizational resources. Okay, deals with accounting for investments made by organization. Okay, basically the cost involved in an individual or an employee. Okay, how much money a company is investing on an employee to train him or to groom him or to retain him. Okay, the money spent on an individual. Okay, okay. HRCA includes, human resource cost accounting includes accounting for the cost of personal activities and function. Okay, accounting for the cost of developing people as an human assets. Okay, okay. This approach to human resource accounting was first developed in 1691 itself, way back in the 16th century itself. Okay. So historical cost approach. This approach is developed by Brummett, Flamholz, and Pyle. Okay, these 3 gentlemen developed this historical cost approach model. This method measures the organization's investment in the employees using 5 parameters. What are those 5 parameters? One is recruiting, the second one is selecting, third one is training, fourth one is placing, and last one is developing. So the organization classifies investment into 5 parameters. Okay, recruiting, selecting, training, placing, and developing. Okay. Any procedure followed for a human resource asset is the same as that of the other physical assets. Okay, the company doesn't differentiate a human asset from an tangible asset. Okay, this model suggests instead of charging the cost to pay and I account, it should be capitalized in the balance sheet itself. Okay, this model suggests that this accounting process or the expenses made on a human being should be noted in the major accounting ledger itself. Do not differentiate as a separate account. Okay. Yes. Am I audible to all of you? First of all, a very big silence.
Audible, sir. Audible.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Okay. We saw what is an historical cost approach. Okay. Historical cost approach is based on 5 parameters which are considered as an investment for an individual or employee for an organization. Okay. It also says that employee is not differentiated from other assets or other expenses of an organization. It should be added in the balance sheet itself. Okay. This is historical cost approach. What are the merits of historical cost approach? It is very simple to understand, easy to work also. Traditional accounting concept of matching cost with revenues followed. I always know that traditional accounting ledger, okay, trial balance and all those stuff, right? Helping a firm in finding out return on HR investment. Very easy to calculate the ROI also, return on investment also. Okay. What are the limitations for that? Difficult to estimate the number of years an employee will be with that firm. This is difficult in almost all the models itself, right? This cannot be said in any model also. Okay. Difficult to fix the rate of amortization. Okay. Value of an asset decreases with amortization. Okay. These are some of the demerits. Coming to the next one, replacement cost approach. See, replacement, as the name suggests, it is like replacing an old product with a newer one. So, like in the case of products or machines or anything, replacing a new one would be efficient. But in the case of HR, it is inverse, no? So, I'm not speaking about intellectual capabilities. I'm saying like a person with more experience or more proficiency will be performing high naturally, right? He'll be very comfortable or he'll be very familiar with doing a particular job in an organization. So replacing him with a newer person will cost the organization more obviously. So this theory is based on that replacement cost approach. This method is developed by Rensis Likert and Eric G. Flamholz. The price that will have to pay to replace an existing asset with a new asset, that is employee, is called replacement cost. Okay. Replacement cost, all the cost incurred to attain the current level of competence of an existing employee. To make a new recruited person to perform as efficient as an employee who left the job. A person who has gone out of the job would be a very efficient person. So making a new person work to that mark or to that benchmark or to his level or to his competency. All the expenses incurred to train that particular person is called replacement cost, right? In replacement cost approach, the cost of recruitment, selection, training, development, etc. of new employees to reach the level of competence of existing employees are measured. Okay. Replacement, you always remember that replacing an older one with a newer one. Okay, all the costs incurred in training the newer one to perform as efficient as the older one who left. Okay, these costs are called, this measurement is called the replacement cost approach. Okay, the concept of replacement cost of human resource is defined as the sacrifice that should have to be incurred today to replace the human resource presently employed. Okay. Okay, there are three basic components of positional replacement cost. One, acquisition cost. Second one is separation cost, and third one is learning cost. These are three major expenses. Like historic method, this one is also having some merits and demerits. Okay, this is more realistic. It is a representative and logical adjusting of human value of price trends in economy. Present oriented. Okay, this is very practical, no? An employee coming into an organization, an employee moving out of an organization is uncontrollable. It happens in every sector, right? So measuring that is very common. It is very realistic. Okay, it is very representative and logical also. Okay, adjusting of human value and price trends in an economy. Okay, so coming to this point, when there is a demand for a particular sector of employees, say IT had a boom some 6 or 7 years earlier, right? All the IT employees were paid very high. I'm just saying this as an example. Okay. So the employee automatically moves out where he is getting paid more. At least for other organization which is paying him more. Okay. Then present oriented. Okay. What are the demerits? Difficult to find out the identical replacement. So finding a new person for an old person is never an easy job. Finding a new person is always a difficult task. Then not possible to obtain measure of a particular employee. Okay. Say like performance X cannot be replaced by performance of Y. Okay, X is always X. We can match him to at least some 90 or 95%. It cannot be made a 100% replication, no? Okay. Does not reflect the knowledge and competence. The same thing. The competency and knowledge can be brought up to a certain level. It cannot become exact match. To say in ordinary terms, he may be like a first copy or a second copy. He cannot become original. Okay. Okay. The third one is opportunity cost approach. What is opportunity cost approach? This approach is suggested by the gentlemen Hekimian and Jones. Okay. This approach values the human resource on the basis of the economic concept of opportunity cost. The human resource values are measured through a competitive bidding process within the firm based on the concept of opportunity cost. Okay. The bid for an employee and the bid price included in the investment cost. Okay. So opportunity cost is nothing but when I can do a work for 100 rupees and somebody can do the same work for 80 rupees or 70 rupees. I am presently doing the work for 100 rupees. Okay. There is an alternative option where I can carry out the same work for 80 rupees also, or even costly 120 rupees also. So the employer finds an suitable employee, okay, based upon his performance and based upon his cost. Where should I invest? Which investment must be made? Okay. Having an opportunity, right? See, the bid for an employee and the bid price is included in the investment cost. The company's investment cost relies on that value of a particular person. Say, for example, if I am paying 6 lakhs per annum for an employee for doing a particular job, okay, people are ready to do that same work for 4 lakhs or even 3 lakhs also. Keeping their efficiency in mind is another case. Okay, putting all together on an average, who is performing well? Who is more cost efficient to the organization? Okay, selecting that employee and retaining him with the organization. This is called opportunity cost approach. Okay. Opportunity cost is the value of an asset when there is an alternative use of it. Okay. Okay, so there are two major ways of measuring cost of human resource accounting. One is original or historical cost of human resources. Second one is replacement cost of human resources. One is actual. The first employee whom I recruit. Okay, what is his recruitment cost? What is his training cost? All those stuffs. The second one is finding an alternative for the same person. Replacement cost. Okay, these are two major things. The merits are promising approach, quantitative base, evaluating and developing, strong theoretical approach, useful in decentralized setup. Okay. These are the merits for opportunity cost. Right? Opportunity cost is a promising approach. It is quantitative base. You always measure the cost already previously. Okay. You already know the value of the employee. Then evaluating and developing. Again, strong theoretical approach, useful in decentralized setup. Okay. Then what are the demerits of opportunity cost? Discrimination among employees. Yes. This is a key point. When my employee is performing well and is getting paid high, why should I go for another employee who is cheap and is averagely performing? This brings a discrimination in the mind of employee who is performing well. Right? There is no point in saying that I should not pay you more. Okay, I'm doing a good job and I'm getting paid high. What is wrong in that? Okay, then lower morale of employee. Okay, then maybe misleading. Okay, sometimes you hire a cheap employee, he may not be performing well. Then difficult to quantify future economic benefits. Okay, he may be an asset for a time being. He cannot be a productive or an intellectual asset in the near future anymore. Okay, this case study is good. So next concept is human resource value accounting. Okay, what is human resource value accounting? Okay. Human resource value accounting is nothing but having an organization's value based on the human capital they possess. Okay. Okay. Say the concept is based on views that the difference in present and future earning of two similar firms is due to the difference in their human organization. The economic value of the firm can be determined by obtaining the present value of future earnings. One thing. Point number one is the organization's growth and development or profitability is based on the employees who are working for that organization, right? The efficiency of the employees determine the value of the organization, either in the present or in the future, okay? Again, the economic value of the firm can be determined by obtaining the present value of the future earnings. Based on the present employees or based on the human capitalists, the future of that organization also can be determined. Okay. Human resource value accounting is valuing the human resources to create a economic value for that organization. Okay. These are some models for human resource value accounting. We'll stop with this for this session. This is a basic introduction session on human resource accounting, right? So any small doubts or whatever you have in mind, you can ask that. I think within the last 2 minutes, we are in the last 2 minutes or 1 minute. Any doubts in this human resource accounting basics? To put it in short term, human resource accounting is nothing but following the same traditional accounting process or accounting methods for all the human resource activities carried out in an organization to improve the efficiency of the organization, to reduce the cost of an organization. Okay. Whatever accounting process or accounting methods you employ for maintaining your assets or your other expenses in an organization, human resources is also recorded. Recording of human resources and their performances. It's called human resource accounting. Okay. It's very simple. Okay. So sorry for not sharing the video. I'll try to share the link with you guys. So any doubts? Okay, in case of no doubts, shall we wind up the session?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.